Yeah. 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 Yep. All right. Do it. All right. Okay. What's going on? Oh, we're live. So, welcome once again to the Hotel Orloff. Yes, I am live. Yes. Let's see what these people are saying. I am one of us. Says Happy 4th of July, Gratu. Yes, it is the 4th of July, 2024, in the year of our Lord. And we are here in the penthouse suite of the Hotel Orloff, broadcasting to you, the little people. Missing Mars says, I am one. Happy 4th, bud. Missing Mars says, probably 8 p.m. Eastern time. Probably. He means probably. He's trying to be funny. No, it's supposed to be 6:30, but I apparently put in 6 o'clock p.m. Well, I'm here now. Gotham City Comics says, hello, you're on the air. Yes. So, July 4th, 2024. Fantastic, right, Drew the dog? It's such a wonderful time to be proud to be an American. Um, oh, this famous song. Excellent. Uh, there's a Trump rally next, man, when is it? I can't tell you, but there's two rallies coming up. One, I think, is on Saturday of next week, which is the same night as the Demolition Derby, man. That's good. That's not good. Then, anyway, we'll find out. Look at his website. MKF30 says, hello, happy 4th. Yes. So, oh, I haven't invited people on. Let's see. Invite guests. Um, because if people don't come on, it's not going to be very entertaining, is it? Because I don't have anything to show you guys. Post comment. Post comment. Paste. Done. Chat. Okay, so now if you would like to come on the Kratu Orloff television program, the Dum-Dum celebration, which we have every week, every Thursday night, you can come on now. The link is in the chat. You're welcome to come on. Or you're welcome to stay there and be anonymous. Drew's sitting under the desk. That's really cool. So, how about that? So we'll wait, like Dr. Gene Scott, for people to come on. Oh, there's someone. All I had to do was do my little Doc Savage meditation, and some guest has appeared. Who could it be? Okay, where? Oh, it's Gotham City Comics. Kevin Johnson. Oh, there he is. Did I get him on? Is and then there's Meyer Greenblatt. Wow, two people at once. What
Happy
is up,
birthday, Mayor.
gentlemen? Oh my gosh, we gotta give Gotham City the solo layout. That's fantastic. Oh my gosh, what is this? How big is this thing? Could you give us a sense of scale by holding your hand or a comic book up next to it? Oh, okay. Wow. Dr. Fibes Vibes says, I'll be on shortly. Shall I? Yes, of course you shall. And MKF30 says that's cool. All right. Yeah, this is incredible. And apparently, this is available at your local Michael's stores. Is that correct? I'm not sure.
That's where I got it, but it's not exclusive to them.
Okay.
My mic was muted.
Oh, yeah, I figured.
I might start going to Michael's once I get moved up there. I know they have a Michael's right there. And
What's great is you don't have to deal with Joe Biden supporters at Michael's because they boycott that store because they're run by a Christian organization and they close on Sundays. So they don't believe in Michael's. Another place
I
to
thought that was
avoid liberals is
Joanne.
Chick-fil-A.
I thought that was Joanne.
Uh, no, you could be right. Someone in the chat, the servants in the chat, you must Google that down. My mother-in-law says, Google it down, because English isn't her first language. I know oh, it's Hobby Lobby. No, it's not Michael's. Okay, well, if you, sorry, it's Hobby Lobby. They don't have this at Hobby Lobby, do they?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
Michael's.
there's dealers. There's dealers that sell this, I guess.
Okay, Michael's is maybe an evil organization after all.
so, hey, Kevin, so like from the base, from the tabletop all the way up to the highest point where that parapet on that castle on the left is, how many inches you think that is? Is that 24 inches full? Is it 2 feet tall?
To the top of this point right here.
Yeah, yeah.
Not to where
Oh
the
no, it's a
bats are
foot.
flying. It's a foot. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like exactly a foot.
Okay, so it's a foot. Okay, so it's not. It really is smaller than I thought. I thought it was larger than that.
It's about a foot wide,
Okay.
and it's about
He's got his tape measure
Oh,
straight.
a foot. It's about a. It takes about a foot by a foot by a foot, and then a foot up.
okay.
It takes a little bit. Takes a little bit of room.
I'm laughing at
Yeah.
E.G. Marshall in the background with cockroaches coming out of his face.
Well, that is great. I just noticed that.
Man, yeah. This is an amazing toy, but the first thought I have is how long will it last if you make it run 24 hours a day before the motor burns out? And can you easily get a new motor? That's the.
The soundtrack. My soundtrack already went out on it.
Oh, that stinks. Is there
So I might take it back tomorrow.
okay.
Let me try it. Let me try it. Maybe it's working now. Let me shut it off and turn it back on.
It looks pretty
People, I
cool
guess
just off.
yeah, people leave them plugged in, I guess, all day long. Like at Michael's, it's playing all day.
Yeah.
But yeah, my speaker doesn't work at all now. It started crackling and now it doesn't even work.
And it's made in, these are not made in Germany like I first thought. I think they are made in China.
To be honest, though, after a while, the soundtrack gets annoying.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So maybe I'll keep it. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe I'll trade it for another one and then just keep the volume off.
I have this friend, unfortunately, he lives in Texas, but he could fix that in a second. He's just supposed to say, oh, I just need to recap it. It's always a capacitor. Missing Mars says that's a bad wiring job on that crackling speaker.
And then it just went out completely, though.
Yeah, I mean, there are people that know how to fix that, but those people are not me.
It's a soundtrack that goes along with the motor at the same time every time.
Yeah.
Because it'll correspond with like them coming down. I guess this one not so much, but the other ones they have different lighting prompts that they do, and then it'll have a sound when that light comes on.
Yeah, it seemed like some of those that you had tell a story. It's like one part will light up, and there's some dialogue for that, and then your attention would be attracted to another part of the diorama with the light appearing there.
Yeah, this one tells a story too. The I've been so now I'm going down a rabbit hole of looking at all the other ones from the past 24 years.
Oh, they've been doing it that long, huh?
They've been making this series of spooky ones, Spooky Town it's called, for 24 years.
I wonder if the couple that runs the Dark Ride Dracula YouTube channel has ever gotten into these. They must know about them.
I
Um,
think I watched a big video about them last year and then forgot about them.
was it from their channel?
No, it was from it's a channel real popular called like The Grim Life.
Oh, that couple that goes around to different haunted
Yeah,
sites.
and he
Yeah,
was talking about how he wanted to build the whole town. And I was just thinking to myself, dude, that's going to take up a lot of room.
yeah,
And I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go down that.
and it will
So
cost thousands and thousands of dollars.
I made a list of all the ones I want now.
Oh, they have a pit and pendulum one. Oh wow.
I crossed off the ones that I've already examined and I don't want them. Skull River, I should have got that one when I had a chance. That toy
Oh, you
convention.
mean at the con last week?
Yeah, and he had Cursed Tomb there too.
But don't you have that guy's phone number? He's local,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Haunted Aquarium, I want. Pirates Pub and Grub. Isle of Doom Lighthouse with Fog. And
Yeah,
the
you could.
shooting range in the Dead Man's Mine.
How many of those does that guy have? Just a couple?
Oh, and I need to ask Dr. Fives, is that a girly? Did you hear that? It made a noise.
I heard something.
Yeah, it sounded like I burped or something. I want to hear it. Look at yeah, it must
Sounds
be a
like you're
loose wire.
punching a dog, man.
Look, you can hear it start to work when I hit the table.
Maybe you
That
just
has
need
to
to
be a
hit
loose
it like
wire.
Fonzie, and like his magic jukebox touch.
Oh, Dr. Fives, if you're listening, I wanted to ask you if that was a Herman Munster candle made by Burley in that last video you put up.
Uh, I don't know if I saw what was the last video he put up. And this might be him. Someone's coming in. Oh, here he is.
Hey, I thought I would dress
Oh,
for the occasion.
oh
Happy
yeah,
4th of July.
yeah. He had
Luckily,
Kevin has a question for you about your last video.
yes, sir.
In that cabinet where that Twilight Zone ornament was,
Yes,
right to the right of it, is that a Herman Munster candle made by Gurley in a box?
yes, it is.
I've never seen one of those, and I tried looking it up. I can't even find one.
Yeah, yeah. That's cool that you noticed that.
It must be rare because there's none on eBay or anything.
I don't know. I don't know if it's real rare or not. It's possible. And by the way, is that a Lemex? This little ride right here.
Yeah.
Very cool. We have several of these. I have them packed away for Halloween. Yeah, I've been into these for several years. Also, the other company, what is it? Halloween 99 or something?
Oh, Department 66.
That's it, Department 66. They do a whole Halloween line as well, but I like this company better.
Yeah, my speaker went out on this one.
Oh, you might just need to replace the speaker.
Well, when I hit on the table, sometimes it works.
Oh, so then it's just got a short. Somewhere there's a loose wire. You know, the best thing to do is to go on. There's a guy who has a whole website for these, and he talks all about them. He, whenever they're premiering a new one, he brings it out. He gives a whole rundown about it, big review.
That
And
sounds great.
yeah, it's a cool site. I don't know it offhand, but I'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
send it.
please.
I've been watching those all day long
Yeah,
since this morning.
but I bet you could probably find on YouTube how to fix that.
Yeah,
That's
I've run across those videos that show you how to fix different things on these. I didn't watch any
But
of those videos yet though,
but
because
since that's a
the
brand new
bottom.
one, it might be better to return it. If it was
Yeah,
one from
well,
10 years ago, then it might be good to try to fix it. But if they've
the
got
only
more of
bad
those in
thing is
stock at Michael's,
this might be the last one.
okay, well, in that case, keep it. That
Yeah.
makes it easy. Um,
it's it should be a pretty easy fix, Kevin. Um, they're not real complicated, and you should be able to, I'm sure, look at the back or underneath or somewhere where the wire is, and I bet it's just a loose wire.
well, Missing Mars, Paulo, Graphic Man, why don't you guys come on? I have the pay plan where I can fit a whole bunch of people on. Who else is in the chat here? Jambo, you could come on. Yeah, won't that be wonderful? Let's see.
Unplug it and plug it back in.
Oh, I was wondering, did the camera freeze or you've
Yeah.
unplugged it?
Plug it and plug it back in. Nope, that didn't work.
What's going on, Drew the dog? Oh,
Kevin, is
That's
there
kind
any
of
access to the inner workings of that underneath or behind it? Is there any area where there's like screws where you can open it?
I didn't notice any, but you might have to
Okay,
pull them.
just curious.
You might have to pull the rubber thing off the bottom.
Paulo says I don't have anything to show. Nobody has anything to show. This is Barack Obama's America. We can't afford to buy things, and I'm sure it affects Portugal too. I mean, I'd say Joe Biden, but anyone really that actually knows that that guy's not running anything.
Yeah, we know who's running the show.
Satan, Lucifer,
That's
Old
pretty cool.
Scratch.
I still have the magic shop. I haven't even opened it yet.
Oh, well, that sounds like something that would be a great, fun thing to do tonight if you have it there at home.
What's it look like
Yeah, I do.
underneath, Kevin?
Let me turn it off. Maybe I should pull this that side of the top. So I do that and unplug it. Then I can turn it over.
It looks like they've got felt covering everything. Is that felt or just plastic?
It's not. It's like rubber.
Rubber, okay.
Oh, it's foam. It's foam.
Okay. Yeah,
This
you're gonna probably
reminds me of Airport 75. You're gonna talk him through like he's Karen Black into fixing this toy. Just talk her into flying the plane. Remember?
Oh yeah. Also in the movie where they make fun of that is Airplane. Remember
Right.
I picked the wrong week to stop smoking.
Yeah.
Maybe if I just shake it.
Maybe if you just get a lighter and set it on fire, it'll start screaming. All the devils inside of it will come out.
Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be a YouTube. You're gonna have to go on YouTube and look and see if there's a way.
My friend Gerald, man, I wish he's, sometimes I wish he would come over every Friday night when we lived in Texas, and I could have just brought him on, I don't know. He could have fixed it instantly. He could fix anything. Ugh.
Yeah, I had a friend like that as well. It was an electrician.
Well, it's Paulo coming in. Hello, Paulo. What time is it there in Portugal land?
20 to 1.
20 until 1 a.m.
That's right.
So who won in England with that big, exciting election?
I haven't checked. They just at the time the news were on, they were going to start counting the votes in the UK, but all the projections show Keir Starmer becoming the next prime minister.
And how will that affect you in Portugal?
Well, it makes the British economy a lot more vulnerable because with that idiot, they're going to start spending money and the pound is going to be devalued, which may affect the way that that the European Union does business with the UK.
Okay. So it's a European Union thing, so that's why you care about some other country.
Mm-hmm. Well, even when the UK left, they have no option but to have commercial trade with us. They will have to import most of their things from us, and we are their main customer.
Man, what are those little things up? They're little wires at the top?
Yeah, with little bats flying around.
Oh, there's bats. I didn't even notice that. Kind of looks like fireworks on my little phone.
Yeah, it's cool.
This
They have
is an
some where they have
amazing
witches.
video.
They have witches flying around on some of them. That's really cool.
Oh, wow. Well, what I saw probably in the 90s, I was in a hobby shop and I saw a model kit like this, but it was probably HO scale. It was a German made thing. I don't know that it moved or not, but it might have, but it was something you put together and it was an accurate representation of what one of these real spook house rides looks like. The ones that they slap up for a weekend in the parking lot of a grocery store or in the bad area of town, or the ones that are at the state fair, the very obviously German ones. And it was really cool. And I never saw it again. I don't know who the manufacturer was, but I've got a great book that shows the outsides of spook house rides and freak show banners. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I have this one right here.
I wonder.
Yeah, they're not cheap, are they, Kevin?
Not anymore, no. There's a guy in town that was selling them on Saturday at a toy convention.
I saw that video you had with Grazia.
Yeah. And they belong to a fire chief, the Phoenix fire chief. And,
yeah, I was wondering if you might have known that guy, Dr. Fibes.
Well, the Phoenix Fire Department is actually quite famous because of a lot of innovations that they did. And I don't know the fire chief from Phoenix, but there was one that was there back in the 1980s and 90s that became quite famous, actually. And everybody started following a lot of the protocols that those guys set up because it was amazing. So, yeah, Phoenix is known for their fire department.
Yeah, I didn't know how much fire departments networked, but the fact that this is a guy that really with his wife collected Halloween stuff in a major way made me think. I just wonder if he knows. Because
yeah, that'd be cool to know him. I love this stuff, but like I said, we've got probably about 5 of them that we set up at Halloween.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
But do you only set them up at Halloween, or do you have them up all year?
No, we just set them up at Halloween. We've got them tucked away in a box right now. Otherwise, I would have broke them out. But They're
I take mine down. I take mine down on Halloween.
Yeah, or just put Christmas stuff, Santa Claus in front of it. Just make sure. I try to make sure every holiday is going on all year long. So I keep American flags up, I keep my Christmas decorations up, and my Halloween decorations up, and that way every day is a holiday.
I
What's that
love it.
song in Mary Poppins? Every
I
day's
wish
a
my
holiday
I
with
wish my wife
Mary.
would agree to that. I would love to keep the Halloween our house after we decorate for Halloween. I'd like to keep it like that year round, but she likes to do the whole Christmas thing, and we go overboard on Christmas as well.
Well, some people claim it's not as special when it's up all the time. You get used to it,
That's
which is
true.
really true. But
Yeah,
the hassle of taking trees down. I don't like that. I just move
yeah,
them to a different part of the house where they're not as visible, and then I bring them out into the more. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Um, well,
I love the way you have your house decorated, Ratu. I love it.
oh, I thought you were talking to him.
Talking to
His
you,
his
I,
house. You can't really tell if he's in his store or in his house, but he's
yes.
home right now. Um,
Oh, okay. Yeah, no,
yeah, yeah, he's.
I love the stuff that Kevin's got as well. It's
Oh
amazing.
yeah. Um, I like it when the cars move. I like how the cars are moving really slow at the bottom. That's the right speed.
Yes,
You know
this
what
is a
they
really cool one.
probably could never do because it would be dangerous is have a water ride like a tunnel of love with floating cars. I imagine. Well, I don't know. They could have little aquarium, little water fountains that are electrical. I guess you could have a toy with water. I guess.
This company makes a water fountain. Only one though.
All right, Graphic Man's here.
Hello there.
Hey, Graphic Man.
Man, when you look up Graphic Man on
Yeah.
YouTube, it, she's, it's like, why am I seeing videos of people hit by trucks? It's because I looked at Graphic Man, and it's all, and it gives me all this horrible stuff. Graphic Man turned into hamburger meat by semi. Maybe it
I
should
would
have been Drawing Man.
I wouldn't have it any other way though.
That's right. That was a fun show last night.
Yeah.
I still have it in the queue. Let's see now. And the current queue, okay, so I'm watching video 14, and yours is 25.
Yeah.
So you have a playlist of stuff you need to watch?
Yeah, I watched I make up a playlist. Luckily for me, I never seem to lose any of my subscriptions. So when I finish a playlist, I just go next in line. I put in about 20 videos, finish those off at 1.5 times the speed, and then on to the next videos.
Oh, you watch everyone? You watch videos where people are talking like Mickey Mouse?
No, no, not like that. It fixes the it fixes the it just knocks out some sounds in between, like in
Oh,
every other I guess every other every other frame it knocks out a no, not like that. How many frames does this thing have? 12. So I guess it knocks out 4 frames out of 12. So we can watch faster.
okay.
I do notice that voices become a bit more a bit lower when I watch at speed.
Yeah, I
It
don't know
gets
that I
rid of
would like that.
it gets rid of the higher pitch sounds.
Okay. Well, we could just stare at this all night. Is there a? It's just like cats fascinated by something moving, waiting to pounce at it. Did you have a slab to smash tonight, Kevin?
Yeah, I do.
Kevin, how many of those do you have?
Slabs or these?
The Lemix.
I got three. I got three at the Toy Con, and I got two at Michael's.
Very
When,
cool.
when did you first become aware of these things? Have you just always known for years, or is this a
They've
new
been around
discovery?
for a long time, Gratu.
Yeah, but it's a new thing to me. Last Saturday, I was amazed I think it was Saturday when he was showing these off.
You know, they have them. They even have them at Menards.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's like a Home Depot, Lowe's.
Yeah, they don't have that around here, I don't think.
They have them at all the different Michaels. Hobby Lobby. Any of the different craft type stores.
Oh, if they have them at Hobby Lobby, that's where you should buy them because you won't have to deal with Biden supporters in a Hobby Lobby.
That's true.
Menards are very well known in auto racing circles. They've been a long time sponsor of IndyCar and NASCAR teams since the late 70s.
Oh,
Yeah, they're a big company, and they're just like Home Depot.
Mm-hmm.
But they carry them all over. In fact, there's a place in Michigan up in Frankenmuth that is open year round, and they sell Christmas stuff. They're known all over the world, and they have a ton of this stuff. They have a whole area where they dedicate it to the Department 66 and the Lennox and all of those. They've got the Christmas, Halloween.
You hear that?
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I just
When you
set
put-
this over here and it started playing.
Yeah. House of Secrets cures it, man.
Maybe
The
I need to
healing
release
power of the House of
book.
Secrets.
Maybe I
Yeah.
gotta take the book
Kevin,
out and it'll work.
hey Kevin, I'm wondering if you change the elevation at one corner or something. If you understand what I'm saying, like if you put like a
He's right.
matchbook underneath, you know what I mean?
Oh, good idea.
If that would affect it anyhow.
All I did,
know what I mean?
was I moved it from this corner. I moved it from there to here, and it stopped working.
Oh, how about moving it back where it was?
Try.
Maybe there's some protective spirit over there that will make sure it.
You're right. It was. Maybe you're right about the elevation thing.
Oh, you might be onto something.
I'm just wondering if it needs to be like if it's unbalanced somehow, or if it needs to be more flat, or I don't even know what. If it, I don't know. Like if it needs to tilt a little bit or something.
Probably the other side.
In the old days, they used to have record players inside toys that talked. Like, I think the old talking G.I. Joe had a little miniature record in it, and I've got a Voice of the Mummy board game that has a record player under the sarcophagus. But oh,
Nothing.
oh.
Huh.
Where does the sound come from? Where's the speaker?
It's on the bottom.
I thought it was making sound, but I think that's somebody's TV.
I'm watching the Flintstones.
Oh,
That's what that is.
Kevin, was this purple label?
Yeah. You can get purple labels real cheap.
that's a brilliant idea, and then just smash them out.
You get them super cheap.
I'm pretty sure I colored in some spine ticks on the first appearance of the Ghost Rider back in the 70s, but I'm never going to sell it, so it doesn't matter. It had a black cover at Marvel Spotlight. This is where it gets, what does it say there? Restoration include.
You hear that?
Yeah. Small amount of color touch on cover.
Yeah,
That's
they darkened it.
ridiculous. Small amount of color touch is restoration. Oh, it's got Ernie Chan art.
I don't know what B1 means. That might be like amateur restoration, like a marker.
Is Luis Dominguez Spanish or Filipino?
Spanish.
Okay. And Alfredo Alcala is Filipino, though, right?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. A lot of people on YouTube call him Louis Dominguez. It's like, oh, okay.
That's what I did. I didn't know I was
Oh,
wrong.
did you? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I
That's
didn't.
right.
I've heard a bunch of people do it, but it's I learned to say Spanish names because I've I've taught a lot of Spanish students. So yeah. Let's see. Where is this color touching?
It's a great
I gotta
cover.
go find scissors. That's one thing I forgot. Bring scissors.
It's
I didn't
probably
bring the
Oh,
scissors. Let me see if I have some.
you know what's cool is the placement of the the comics code stamp is right underneath the 20 cent, and it looks like a skull, especially at this angle. Do you notice that? The 2 and the 0 of 20 cents look like the skull eyes, or unless I'm just hallucinating. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. And of course, this is going into your personal collection, I would assume, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Before someone like me starts asking if it's for sale.
Yeah, I've been trying to put a set together for a long time.
A set starting with when Joe Orlando took over or going back to the 50s.
I'll take the whole set, yeah, from everything.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to get all the. Well, House of Secrets for a while was a superhero title in the 60s. When Batman was on TV, it was just when it turned into an EC type comic, it was when Joe Orlando took over about 69, I guess. It's 1969, not issue 69. But it was always a cool comic. Graphic Man, don't you
Yeah.
have a complete set, or is that unexpected?
Almost got the
I
book
wanted
right
to have
there.
the unexpected, but
What set you off about unexpected? Just you just like that title and the.
yeah. I love the logo. I love everything about it.
I do too. I love that one.
Yeah.
I love them both. Any of the horror mystery comics I love.
Yeah.
That's a
I'm probably
great.
gonna look for the corners was probably going to be where the marker was.
Yeah, but to me that's perfectly acceptable. I mean, it
I
looks
do.
great. I don't care. It's
Yeah,
that's
that looks fantastic.
I would say up at the top is probably where it mostly.
I'm thinking it's over the next corner over where it says 20 cents. I thought I saw. Oh man, this is great condition, man. It looks
It
brand
is.
new.
It does. It looks brand new.
And they really did a good job in this time period capturing the look of EC, the colors, the art. Ridiculous.
Yeah, they might have darkened that corner.
Yeah, well, congratulations. It looks great.
I do. Yeah, agree.
I don't care.
They didn't use a
Amazing.
marker. If it was a marker, it would have bled through.
Yeah, I don't know what they use. Um,
Maybe a colored pencil.
There we go.
could be.
Yeah, right there. It was black, and the rest is brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I mean, I don't care about that. It's
No.
Oh, this whole corner, huh?
Yeah, just little touches every now and then.
Nobody's going to notice.
No,
the
Only
stuff.
reason we know because they pointed it out.
The
Yeah.
stuff you got, Dr. Fibes, recently, was that all at like at an antique mall?
Yeah. It was one guy who had a setup, and he had a ton of comics, but I had to go through them, and I was shocked to see that he had a lot of bronze.
So I was
So I
wondering if
grabbed
those were the only comics that he had, or what else? Did he have other comics that were?
everything else that he had was later dates.
Okay.
But some of it, again, might be of interest to some people. I mean, there
Yeah,
was a
so-
lot of 35 cent, 40, 50 cent ones that I wasn't interested in.
Yeah. Well, that looked like a one person's collection. That or it may have just that you chose the ones that you chose were all your taste, so it looks that way. But it looked very everything you got was fantastic. That was
Yeah, that was probably half of them. I've got that many more that I bought.
Oh, you didn't show all of them?
No.
Do you have them handy?
Yeah, I can grab them. I can go
Yeah, I
grab
mean,
them.
not right now, but in a little bit. I'd love to
Yeah.
see all of them, including the ones you showed last night, just because I don't, just in case someone didn't see them. Man. This was just a great time period.
that's seldom seen.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's real good. I've never seen that ad before, that particular one.
Hey, by the way, Kevin,
Yes.
you there? Hey, I looked up on YouTube Lemix repairs, and you do have to take the bottom off. So you got to carefully remove the rubber bottom to access everything. And there's videos that show you how to do it. And then, of course, you're going to have to kind of re-glue that back on. But it may be something that you might not want to tackle, or it might be something that's, if you know somebody that's
Beautiful.
decent at doing that, it looks like
It's
it'd
gotta
be a
be
fairly
just a-
easy fix.
Probably a loose wire or something.
I think that's all it is. It's just a loose wire.
But if they have more at the store and it's this year's model, I would
Yes,
probably
absolutely.
return it.
Exchange it for another one just like
Yeah.
it.
And there may be another Michael's on the other side of town that has it, and they could
Yeah.
bring it over or something.
Yeah, I like that idea best.
Yeah, that way you don't have to mess with it.
I don't think that many people are going to be buying that with the economy the way it is.
I missed how much it was.
I
They're
forgot.
200, but if you buy it online, it's like 150.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know that they're 100 plus.
Wow.
They used to
And
be like
normal people only buy
maybe
stuff like
60.
that in October.
Yeah.
It's only very strange people like us that buy Halloween stuff in July, June.
And
That's a
then the ones that
beautiful
are,
copy.
and then those ones that are out of print, they're no longer making them, out of production, I should say. They go for real
Well,
good.
I was buying them at that convention for like $50.
Yeah, that's an excellent price.
What was the rating on this comic? The grade
8.0.
8.0. Okay.
Okay.
I think that's too low.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean,
Yeah.
The whole thing is just really ridiculous. It all depends on who's looking at it. And you could have the next guy say, oh, that's a 8.6. Oh, that's an 8.9. I mean, it's just absurd. To me, it looks like a 9 point something.
well, what I would assume they do at CGC is that every so often they give the employees tests and they have to score a certain uh, amount correct. Uh, so that
Yeah.
they don't, I mean, they would have to have calibration tests to make sure everybody's pretty much scoring on point with the way they've been taught. Um,
We would hope so.
No, they had
um,
to hire people off the streets that don't even know about comics.
Right.
yeah. Well, I know I've seen people thumbing through comics when they grade them live at comic conventions. I've seen video of it where they're thumbing through the book, leaving the way I would not do it. I mean, see, the way you're opening the book is proper. Is that, man, I don't want to be like one of these people that sees things, but zero in on, go up to the panel above and zero in, keep going it, move in on that leg, just move in on the right leg more. No, no, the other leg. Either one. The more you zoom in, am I seeing something, or does that look like
Oh,
the
yeah.
back of a woman?
Yeah.
Now,
Well,
I'm not trying to be one of these people. Look, it's Chuck Connors is holding a log in front of him.
And
Isn't
he's
that
got butt.
exciting?
His
But
calves are like butt cheeks. Yeah.
that doesn't look like any male leg I've ever seen. Here, I would
He's
believe
got
that the
butt cheeks
artist
on his
is
legs.
thinking about girls while he's trying. I don't
Yeah,
know, or
nobody has a line.
maybe I'm turning into one of those people I make fun of that I've
No,
got to get the
you
Archie
don't have a
cover or
line
he's going to
down your.
beat people off.
well, is this
Maybe,
Ernie
Nobody has a
Chan?
line down your calf like that.
you
That's
know,
unusual.
maybe those guards just skipped leg day.
He looks
Is this
like
Ernie Chan?
Popeye or something. That's like how Popeye's legs probably look. Oh boy.
If it was Ernie Chan, he really loved intricate detail muscles and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, Ernie Chan was great. One of these days, has anyone ever really appreciated Ernie Chan and written like Tomorrows? Have they ever done a big feature article on him, or does anybody care? Because to me, I look at him and he's just, to me, he was just as great an influence on me in the mid 70s as Neil Adams was in the early 70s. And I don't hear people talking about him and his covers on DC and his Conan stuff for Marvel was gave me so much joy in the 70s. And I feel like when I mention the name, no one knows. Sold for $1,800, huh? Well, you could buy a car for $1,800 and not, and when this comic came out. So wait, this is what is this, a 1973? Okay, so
Yeah.
the 73 issue, probably it's 20 cents, and 74,
74.
early 74. Okay, all right. So this is one of the last 20-cent issues, I guess.
This whole book is great.
It is.
Now, Paulo, are there books and comics in Spain that Luis Dominguez worked on that never were brought over to the States?
There may have been stories that were not. The Dominguez did not work on graphic novels. Most of his stories appeared in magazines,
Okay.
and they were most likely made specifically for export, because that's what the talent agency did. They produced
Okay. Right.
they produced the art for Warren and for the Skywald magazines, also for a bunch of war magazines in the UK. Some stuff that only came out in Italy.
Have you seen Paulo's really long documentary on YouTube about Pepe Gonzalez, the Vampirella
Not
artist?
not yet.
It really talks about that Spanish agency that. Yeah, the director was about to interview him, and then he died,
Yes.
and it's really tragic. That guy had a pretty tragic life, and he would drink and uh, just go crazy all week, and then on Friday he'd start working and turn in this wonderful Vampirella art, and he'd get it all done in one day, whereas everyone else was working hard every day. He Not that that's something to idolize him for, but he really was great. And the thing that's fascinating about him is he draws the Vampirella in such with such exquisite detail. You think this guy's just got to really love women, but he was gay, but he was so fascinated with women that he studied how they looked more than a heterosexual artist. So he was able to draw beautiful women better than most guys because he just kind of, I guess, wanted to be one and so badly that he did it perfectly. And he really worshipped Marilyn Monroe. It's really a fascinating documentary, but man, it's long. I think it's like maybe it's like a mini series. It's like altogether, it's like probably 6 hours, but very interesting if you want to know about the where all that Warren art came from in the 70s that was coming from Europe. And in the 60s, Warren artists were mostly older American artists. A lot of them were ex-EC artists. Well, we let's see.
Oh,
Um,
I was mixing up this was Dominguez with another Luis Dominguez. No, the one that worked in the U.S. was from Argentina.
oh, okay, yeah, I don't know. I'm just wondering if he did work over there in Europe. Let's see. Dr. Fives is
No, it was the other.
indisposed.
It was the other one who was younger. Yeah, though this was Dominguez. He he actually lived in the U.S. in the 1960s and born in Argentina.
Okay.
So here is that Boris Karloff magazine.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it does have a bunch of stories appearing in Dossier Negro.
And then the Skywald artists were a whole different crew. Yeah, I was wondering, Dr. Fives, if you could show us some of these books that you got and tell us the story behind them. Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready to go
Yeah,
or
let me go
not.
get some.
Okay, yeah, you
I'll
grab them.
return.
Oh, wait, there's something different happening over at Gotham City here.
Yeah, he's breaking out some more of his cool ones. Oh, that's
Oh, okay. I'm missing out on that.
that is awesome.
This is a magic shop.
I love it.
I don't know if it would be sacrilegious or not to hire an artist to change it to say Gotham City Comics at the top instead of the name that they have the decal wire on the thing.
That'd be cool.
What are we looking at back there? A bunch of carded wrestling figures?
Yeah, that's what those are.
Man. Excuse me. Well, is Joe Biden doing some live July 4th festivities? Are they going to be shooting off fireworks in Washington?
No, he's probably trying to find out if his golf handicap is real.
If it's what?
Golf handicap.
Oh yeah. That was. I don't know golf handicaps and what is a 6 like a really good one or
Yes.
okay. Yeah, he lies a lot. He's always lied since he first became a senator.
They asked him a question, and he starts talking about his golf handicap. that alone should tell you that he wasn't really there.
He was trying to show that he was more agile physically than Trump, or maybe did Trump mention that first? Oh, I think Trump mentioned that he just won a couple of golf contests, and then so he's saying, "Well, when I was vice president, my whatever handicap got it to a 6." Anyway, oh my gosh.
I saw the debate commentary on Patrick Bet David's channel, and they were like, "What the hell? What the hell is he talking about?" Golf handicap.
Yeah, well, is golf popular in Portugal?
Among certain classes of people, yes.
Okay. I didn't know. It's like there's some sports that in some countries, it's like I don't know what rugby is. I think it's done on horses. But
No. No, rugby.
Polo?
No, that's polo. Rugby is okay. You have American football. Now you take off those stupid helmets and you run against each other without helmets. That's rugby.
Oh, okay. I have no clue, and I don't care. What was it
So
that Flash
there's
Gordon?
actually more movement.
Flash Gordon was a polo player, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I respect polo because Flash Gordon did it. But other than that, I have no interest.
Rugby is more popular in the UK and in its former colonies. The guys who the best players are from the best players are from New Zealand. Rugby is popular here among the same classes who like golf.
Yeah.
It's for rich people. Because it's not like soccer. You can play soccer anywhere. You get some loose cobblestones, and you set up goals in the middle of the road, and you get a small ball, and you can play in the middle of the road where the cars are at the same time as the cars are passing. But for rugby, you need a specific ball, and you need a specific pitch, and you need specific goals. So it's not for everyone.
Yeah. Well, I played putt-putt. I used to play putt-putt, so maybe I count as a rich person.
No, that counts you as a holiday tourist.
Paulo, I think we can agree that cricket is stupid, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Lawn darts, that was good.
Oh yeah. Now you're talking.
Yeah, don't play darts when you're drunk.
Yes.
It will be hilarious for some people and painful for others.
Well, speaking of Um, I was thinking earlier today, once you cross the border into Missouri, there's a gas station on the highway that is half fireworks stand. I mean, it is a giant warehouse of fireworks, and it's also a gas station. I just kind of
Yeah.
always thought that's a weird combination.
Oh, we got fireworks everywhere down here. Yeah.
There's, I guess, different state laws.
Yes.
Oh, I
We
bet.
are we are not allowed to operate fireworks. You need a bunch of licenses.
Look at that face. That's like a trick. It's like it goes into it's. It's going to be an optical illusion with the lighting. Okay.
All right, ready? Moment of truth.
Oh, look at this.
Oh man.
Come on in and give it a try. If you can hold your breath, your life will not die. Conjure illusions. Shout it to your cheeks. The cards never lie. There is never deceit. If the odds are good, you can feel it. Be welcome in the sweet community magic show.
Are you sure this is safe?
Please, madam, not to worry. I've done this a million times.
Okay.
Oh, neat.
Please don't.
Nice.
Your soul is mine.
Venture into the library. Everybody might lose. So safe. Go out. And the great rose grows.
Look into the swirling forward. Be transported and feel overjoyed. Come on in and give it a try. If you can hold your breath, your life will not die. Conjure illusions.
You will buy.
The cards never lie. There is never deceit. If their eyes are glowing, you can feel it. Be welcome in the sweet community magic show.
Are you sure this is safe?
Please, madam, not to
Oh,
worry.
this is pretty great.
Times.
That's entering into Erie Publications territory there.
Please don't.
Your soul is mine.
What does that say? Oh, Smoke and Mirrors Magic Shop. Oh, are you trying to show us that it's broken, or is it supposed to be that way?
I'm missing the. Looks like it's missing the ring over on there.
Maybe, or maybe it's supposed to be hanging like that. It kind of looks good hanging the crooked, but
Can you see the sign on your box to find out if that's supposed to be like that?
yeah, the picture on the box should show you.
Hold your breath. Your life will not die. Conjure illusions. Shout it to your cheeks. The cards never lie. There is never deceit. If their eyes are glowing,
Oh yeah, it is supposed to be like that.
Yeah, I figured it just looks right that way.
Are you sure this is safe?
What, like it's run down or something?
not to worry.
Yeah, it just looks more haunted. You know, if you could get your camera an extreme close up on the spiral where it says buy and just make that a short on Instagram, that would be really cool.
Please don't.
See?
Your soul is mine.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's one less thing to worry about. See how tight you can get in on that spiral on the right? Can you make it fill the whole screen with your camera? Yeah, that one. Yeah, move in a little bit more, see if it stays in focus.
And give it a try. If you can hold your breath, it might not die. Close your
I
eyes.
Love Disney and Comics says, hey, everybody. Hey, you should come on, man.
It's never
Jimbo says, wow, did Kevin get all of those? Well, he's showing 2 that he got recently. He didn't, I think, what do you have now, 4 or 5?
I have 5 now.
He got 3 last weekend. He's just showing 2 that he is opening tonight, Jimbo. You ought to come on, Jimbo. I've got the link. Maybe I need to put the link again because everybody's been, when people make a lot of comments, then it gets buried and then people can't access it.
Venture into the library. But it might
Yeah, I've been seeing I Love Disney and Comics quite a bit on Night Tiger's channel, showing great World War II era comics, and Jimbo's, of course, got an amazing collection as well.
Come on in and give it a try.
What is that thing supposed to do? I wasn't really sure. He's tied up. What is he?
Close your illusions. Show it to your
What is this
chest.
guy?
The comics never die. There is no deceit. With their
I
eyes
guess he's
open
supposed
and
to be like Houdini, maybe.
be welcome in the sweet and magician.
He turns into a skull.
Are you sure?
Oh, he's a person, and he turns in. Oh, I see.
Million times.
Okay.
There's fingerprints on there.
Yeah, but they're collectible fingerprints from China that you're cleaning off. Yeah, must be the fingerprints of the person that installed the windows there.
I thought it might have been on the inside now. Glad it wasn't on the inside.
Be transported and feel overjoyed. Come on in and give it a try. If you can hold your breath.
Yesterday's live video, someone commented, "What is this show about?" And I put, I'm not sure. I think it might be one of the people that came from, possibly from Toddy Walnuts, but I looked at his channel. He has some interesting shows. I think he does a podcast called Stoned, where like anyway.
It was pretty awesome of Todd E. Walnuts to push our show. I appreciate it.
Oh wait, what does that say? Let's see that card again. Is that for real? Do not eat. Okay, what is it we're not supposed to eat? Is that some little? Oh, that's the little stuff that keep it fresh.
Yeah.
Which one is Portuguese, Paulo?
The last one.
The last
It's not
one
the
they
seed,
put.
though. It's like gel in there. This one has stuff on the back. Hold on, let me get my light.
But you know, people could subscribe and put subbed, and then they go back to Todd's page and put, I subscribed, I put a comment, and then they could unsubscribe, and he would never know. I mean, isn't there a way to get around the rules? Not that I'm suggesting people do that, but I've noticed several people subscribe and then unsubscribe very quickly afterwards.
Are you sure this is safe?
And probably because I mentioned liking Trump, but I'm not going to stop doing that.
Okay.
That's a great display, Kevin.
Please don't. Your soul is mine.
Check with the lights off.
Well, that is pretty darn cool. I wasn't thinking it was going to be as cool as the other one.
I ready. Everybody my moves. So say still haunted. Everybody
You know, it seems like when I was a kid, this is how the world looked. There was a pizza place called Crystals in Fort Worth that was made like a palace, and you'd go in there, and there'd be a little miniature movie theater that would show old cartoons and silent movies, and it would just everything was like a palace. Everything was neon signs, and now the socialists are taking over and tearing down everything, and McDonald's looks like a gray prison. There's no
Yeah, it's
happy
so ugly.
clowns and monsters dancing around anymore. It's socialists have to make everything ugly and drab. It's all part of
Yeah.
their
This is safe?
Me? Not to worry. I've done this a million times.
Okay.
Yeah, McDonald's used to have some cool mascots.
yeah.
The Hamburglar, all that stuff is gone.
Let's plug them both in and see how it looks together.
Can you imagine having all like 6 or 7 of them going? It'd just be sensory overload.
And they have some Aurora model kits in front, and then they would look like forced perspective, like they're closer to you. And then these are the buildings in the background. And
Yeah, you could create a whole city.
MFK or MKFs, that was the Grimace, not the Grimer, the purple one. They should just call him the purple one. Kind of look like Barney if someone made him a chicken nugget. Yeah. Yes, indeed. My wife has a stuffed Grimace. You know, I used to have. Do you remember the Red Baron model kit? I think they reissued it. Kevin may have one at his store. It's a little skull with a German helmet from World War One.
Yes.
My model kit disappeared. All I have left is the German helmet, and without the little spike, I don't have that. So I put it on the Grimace of my. I wonder where that is. I don't know where anything is now that I've moved. Yeah, see, this is. Imagine if a city looked like this. Yeah. Oh, someone's coming in. I see a red dot. Oh, Jambo's here.
Hey,
At the
Jambo.
stage. Hello, Jambo.
Hey guys.
We're
Hey,
all
Jambo.
we're all geeking out on these haunted village pieces.
I know those are awesome, man. He's got it
They
going
just
on there.
they need to have a jungle one, jungle themed one.
I like that last
They
one
might.
there with the
They might
face that moves
actually. They might
around.
have a jungle theme one.
They do
Uh-oh.
have one.
They might
wouldn't
because I
doubt
saw
it.
some. I saw some the figures that look jungle-ish.
Ah, cool. Because if they're trying to simulate a carnival, you know, a lot of carnivals have a, you know, that's a jungle cruise that they have at Disneyland. They have that's a common thing at amusement parks. There used to be a great jungle cruise type ride at Six Flags over Texas called the LaSalle Riverboat Adventure, and
Yeah.
and Graphic Man says Burger King had a guy dressed as a king, and he would twist his ring, and poor we were all and poor poof we were all at poof. They also had the Duke of Doubt. Is Graphic Man still here with us? Maybe he isn't
Yes,
still here.
yes, but I had to cough and I muted my microphone. So
Oh yeah, I was just wondering why you're texting and stuff.
Well,
They
it was
also had the
mainly
Duke of
for
Doubt.
yeah, it was mainly for MKF, and I didn't want to interrupt your conversation.
Oh, there's nothing important going on. Those are awesome, says I love Disney and comics too. Hopefully we'll come on in a moment. Missing Mars says purple one for McDonald's was Grimace. Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, these all look good together, especially with the lights off. I think that's how these are supposed to be viewed, with dim light, obviously.
Huh. Is that at your house, Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's off today. But for all intents and purposes, it's almost impossible to tell if he's at home or in his store because they're identical. In fact, his house may be cooler than the store. Well, I'm not sure. To me, it's kind of like a guy that has two houses.
If this were at my house, I'd have a few Hot Wheels cars in front.
I think Hot Wheels would be a little too small.
Well, I've got various sizes. I'm sure
Yeah,
Meyer
maybe.
does too.
All right, let's look at the shooting range that I want to get.
Good.
Nice. That's great. So are you going to stick kind of with the carnival theme, Kevin?
I think it's coming to that, but it's not that I'm sticking to the theme. I just stick to the ones that I like.
The carnival ones are very cool.
You know what would be in scale for these are the 1960s model kits of the Munster coach and Dragula. They're surprisingly small.
Yeah.
I went to the restroom and came back. What are we looking at? A computer screen?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was the. Let me rewind it.
okay. Sorry,
It was
had
the
to
shooting.
relieve myself. Oh, look at
Shooting guy.
this.
So look at I got some of these guys already that come with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So those were supposed to come with this thing, and he didn't have this one though.
are you looking at YouTube or Instagram? Where are you getting these videos?
This is YouTube.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get that one.
Oop. I see a red dot. There's some other person trying to come in. Oh, it looks like Jambo got kicked off. Did you get kicked out? Oh, I didn't mean to give you solo layout.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, maybe. Oh, I hit the wrong person then. Oh, it's Spinner Rag Dave. Add to stage. I hit the wrong person.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey,
What's up?
Dave.
Hey, I don't know if you saw my earlier comment. If you go to my other channel, Ho Ho Hippity Hop Boo, we have a couple Halloween videos that we probably have 100 of those buildings set up. Those Halloween videos.
Oh, I should
wow.
have thought. I was thinking last Saturday that you must know about these because you're the Christmas and Halloween expert, and so
Yeah.
you've got a bunch of these things.
Yeah, just watched my 2017 video, Halloween video on my other channel called Ho Ho Hippity Hop Boo. And interspersed through it all is I don't know, maybe 75, 100 buildings up in various
Damn,
displays,
man.
That's
including
incredible.
some of these carnival pieces.
I got to check that out.
What's
Okay,
the name of
so
your channel?
Ho Ho, I'll put it in the let me put it in the comment. Ho Ho Hippity Hop Boo. I can't get
How do you
it.
spell that?
Here, I'll put it. Let me go to another.
okay, so you're letting us know that you're into Christmas, Easter, and Halloween with the title.
Yeah.
Okay.
HIPPY.
Hold on. I'm going to put it in the chat.
I can't see anything.
Okay. So, Dave, what is your advice when the sound quits on one of these things?
Buy another one.
Well, you're yeah, but apparently you're like someone that golfs with Donald Trump. If you've got 200 of these things, man, it's like you're in a different world than we are. We've got to fix them.
I just put the channel name in the.
I see it. I'll leave it here in the bottom so you guys
But
can get your crayons and write it down.
You know, I'll be honest. The when you have like 20 of them in a village, and they're all going, it just gets muddled, and quite frankly, it gets old. So generally speaking, we turn them off, the sound.
If you turn off the sound and then have music playing, the right music playing, like
Creepy.
you know, do you know the song "Waltz in Black" by the Stranglers?
I do.
Okay, that would be a perfect song to be. Do you know that, Spinner Rack?
No, I don't offhand.
Yeah, "Waltz in Black." Look up the band The Stranglers. It's one of the greatest Halloween songs. Yeah, you all need to look that up. All of you in the chat.
Yeah, when we have our parties, you know, I have a Halloween mix like Monster Mash, you know, and Purple People Eater and stuff like that. But, yeah, if you go to my 2017 video, it's probably the best one.
The 45-minute video.
Yeah, it's pretty long, but interspersed, there's probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 village displays in there.
Do you have either of these two? Well, these are brand new.
These are new. It's funny, that skull one with the ride. My wife was just at Michael's looking at that. And in fact, she didn't buy. I asked her, I said, "Did you buy it?" She goes, "Well, no, they're only like 20% off or something." But you know what she does? She waits too long a lot of times, and then they'll be all gone. Yeah, I told her, I said, you know, to save $10, come on, man.
Dave, what is the production run on these?
30 or 40% off if you buy it online.
Is
and then you can just pick it up. And then you just pick it up in the store.
How many do you think are made of these?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
Like 15, 20,000 minimum, probably.
Oh, yeah, at least. You know, Limax is out of France, so we have a lot of Department 56 pieces too. I think Limax, you know, they do Christmas villages, and I believe they're a French company.
They're French, but I'm sure they're made in China, though.
Yeah, probably.
Everything is.
But yeah, you know, the two main manufacturers of these villages, these lighted houses, are Department 56 and Limax.
Yes.
And Limax tends to do these carnival, you know, ride ones a lot more, and with a lot of moving stuff. And Department 56 not as much. But I think the Department 56 buildings are perhaps maybe a little bit nicer looking, but they don't have as much of the mechanical motorized stuff as Limax.
Have you ever seen like a water ride, like a Tunnel of Love or a cave ride?
Yeah, they have one. I was going to get it at that show.
Yeah, as I recall, I don't think we have that one, but
it's a water tube ride where they're going around in a circle.
And does it actually have real water, like a waterfall?
No, it's not real water. It's not real water. From what I see, there's only 2 that you actually put water in. One of them is a fountain, and the other one you put water in it to make fog.
Oh, fog would be cool. So,
but that was from a long time ago. They have a different way to make fog now.
Yeah, we've got one of the ones that makes fog. I can't remember.
The old way to make fog, it would create a lot of moisture. And if you had other buildings around, they would get wet too.
Yeah, not to mention your framed movie posters and your comic books. And fog is not really your friend when you collect paper collectibles, I don't think. But
well, those Christmas ornaments on your tree that are bubbling, those are really cool.
Yeah.
I'm watching the video right now. It's really cool.
You're watching which video?
Your video, you have like a Halloween Christmas tree.
Yeah. Are you watching the 2017 one?
Yeah, 45-minute one.
Yeah, let's see here. Let me go to my channel.
This is a really cool. Here, I'll show you what I'm watching.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so there's one of the
Oh, you do
displays.
have the water one. There's the water one right there. The water ride. It's
Oh,
a Skull River. This is one I want to get. Skull River.
Oh, okay.
so you take them down, you don't leave them up all year.
Oh no, we take them
Oh, look
down.
at this one. This
But if
Octo
you-
one I heard is a
That-
really valuable one.
Yeah, that was a real popular one.
Yeah, he wanted like $300 at the toy convention for that one.
Yeah,
That's
that was one of
fantastic.
the more popular ones.
Are these aren't to scale with any
That's cool
train
right there.
layouts, are they?
That's really cool.
No, they're not. You know, scale is not.
I like that one,
as
the knife
important
throwing.
as in trains.
Yeah.
On these, they're kind of the scaling's not quite correct.
But see,
Sure.
these aren't necessarily all seasonal. Some of these, it's just like a carnival. It seems like you could just spread them out in a basement and have it all year. Just go down to your basement and all of a
You
sudden you're
could.
at a carnival.
Yeah, kind of like a train set.
Yeah, that's what I would do, but I can't
Yeah.
afford this is beyond a rabbit hole. This is a hole dug to China, literally to China. They can just drop them in the hole and they pop out here.
We're actually, it's funny. We're going to do Halloween this year, and we just started. We got out the first. Actually, it's a village display piece, and we're starting to do videos. So
Oh, you got some really good ones.
I was going to ask the lady at Dollar General yesterday, when are you going to put out the Halloween decorations? But I didn't want to sound like an asshole. But I mean, I was genuinely interested. I wasn't trying to be sarcastic, but I thinking it's about time.
Yeah, they're already out at all the stores, Lowe's and Home Depot, and all the stores have them. What's this one right here?
I don't know.
The most depressing time of the year was always when they put out the back to school supplies. And then it was only tempered by the fact that they had all the new metal lunch boxes with all the new TV shows that were coming out that season. So the lunch boxes made up for the fact that it's time, summer's over, got to go back to school.
I used to hate to go new clothes shopping. Remember that?
Oh yeah,
I hated
always
that.
hated shopping for clothes. I thought it was weird to people that liked it. Somebody was talking last night about lunch boxes being uncool to bring to school after a certain age, and that really is true. But I was thinking about one of the coolest individuals I've ever met in my life brought a lunchbox to college, to university. And I met this guy. I don't know how to describe him. His name, man, he built hot rods. My friend had a 72 Mustang and he was helping fix the engine on that. And it was through him that I met my friend Randy that gave me his Avengers collection. And Randy that's taught me so much about music, and he's like an older brother. Um, but this guy, his name was Joe Gagliano, right? So he's this Italian guy. He's got a pompadour. He, I would, when I said, "Well, he kind of looks like Bruce Springsteen," and then my friend said, "No, Bruce Springsteen looks like Joe. Don't say it that way because this guy's cooler than Bruce Springsteen ever dreamed of being. He really looked more like Elvis than Bruce Springsteen, right? And he wears camouflage army pants. He's got his I don't think I've ever met, very rarely in my life have I met someone that rolled up their sleeve and had a pack of Camel cigarettes under the rolled up sleeve like they did in the 50s. I met a few people in the rockabilly scene that, wanted to dress 50s that did that, but this guy was for real. And he made smoking look so cool. I never smoked, but this guy made it look so cool. And he brought a Marvel superheroes lunchbox. It was a Captain America lunchbox, so that had to have been the Marvel superheroes one with Captain America on one side. And he was just he he could pull it off. And so that was a guy that was able to, in his 20s, bring a lunchbox to
What
college, to university,
what
and
kind of lunchbox was it? It kind of
it
depends on
was
what kind of
it
lunchbox.
was the Marvel one. Marvel, well, it had Fantastic Four on one side, and I think it had America on the other side. Because I don't know, I remember it having Captain America on it, and that was the only Marvel lunchbox I think that was ever made. They might have made a Hulk one tied in with a TV show, but I don't remember that. I think, was there just one Marvel one? Somebody's got to know.
Yeah, because if it was a Barbie lunchbox, that would change
Oh,
everything.
no, it wasn't a
Interact has
Barbie.
about 2 or 3 of them, I think.
I just can't tell you how cool this guy is. I don't know. He's probably an old man now, but wow. Um, okay. Um, Dr. Fives, did you get the comics?
I do.
Yeah,
I do have them.
take a brief break and see what he acquired. We saw some of it last night, but this is
So
like a
here's something that you guys, I'm sure, have, and but these were actually
herpes.
on top of the comics that I just recently bought. So when I was a kid, this is kind of funny. My grandmother would buy comics for me at times, and of course I wanted Marvel or horror or something, along those lines. But the one kind of comics that she would gladly buy me, which I was always kind of bummed when I would get it, but I would read them anyway because you're just hungry for any kind of a comic book, especially if you're going on a trip or something, you're going on vacation. We used to go to the South all the time because we had family down south. So she would buy me these Christian comics, and
Oh, the Spire ones.
yeah, like the Crusaders.
Oh, Crusaders, cool.
Have you guys ever seen this one?
Oh, yeah. Well, I got
Yeah,
plenty of them.
yeah. It's a great series.
Yep. One of the first.
Yeah, I've got that one. Apparently, that's super collectible. People are
Yep.
so excited about it because,
Yep.
and they pay a lot of money for that now.
Oh,
Because
really?
that comic was one of the first internet memes over 25 years ago.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And
Same
I had the
people that get
original book for
excited
that,
about
too.
Archie beating off, Are these books that your grandmother bought you, or are you showing
Yeah,
your?
yeah.
Okay,
These were all.
she bought Attack.
Yeah, these are ones
Yep.
that she.
Wait, Attack wasn't a Christian one though.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
What was?
Sure
yeah.
Oh, I
was.
thought. No, I guess you're right. I've never seen that one. I thought that was the Charlton one
No.
because Charlton had a title called Attack.
Yeah, you can see it right there.
Yeah, there it is. I never saw that one. Man, I would go to the Christian bookstore next to the laundromat, and they'd have all these, but I never saw the Johnny Cash or the Attack one.
I had a friend who was a Dallas Cowboys fanatic, and he always wanted
Yeah.
this
Oh,
one
yeah.
right here.
That was easily findable where I was living, which was in,
Oh, I bet.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Then the last one I have is this one.
There's some memes that are all over the internet that come from that last
Oh, is there?
comic before last. There's a new world coming.
So these are the rest of the comics that I got for $3 and $2.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with this one. This is 1967.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. This is all from that
Yeah.
guy the other day. Oh,
Yes.
wow.
This one's from 1973.
Yeah. Yeah, you really scored. This is an excellent score.
1974.
That's beautiful. The colors are different, and I've never seen that reprint with the.
Yeah, I
Wow.
haven't either. That's a Marie Severin cover, I believe, right?
Yes, it's Marie Severin,
Yeah.
but that's not Marie Severin coloring.
No.
Marie Severin liked the darker coloring, like she did on the EC covers.
This is a 1975.
That
Yeah.
looks like Ernie Chan there. I could be wrong, but
Well, this was one that I bought this one I got as a kid. I remember buying this as a kid. When I saw it, I bought it again.
Oh, yes. Robinson artwork, I believe.
yeah, that was a wonderful time period.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, that's great. That's a great cover. Shit.
Is it
Yeah,
getting dark where you
I've
guys
never
are
seen
at?
that cover in my life. It's unbelievable.
Beautiful.
Is it getting dark out where you guys are at?
Yeah.
Just slightly.
It's about to be 2 a.m. here.
Oh shoot, yeah, but
Yeah, as soon as Fives is finished showing the comics, I'm going to bed.
This is
okay.
another repeat. This one I bought as a kid in 1974.
Yeah, I bought that as a kid too.
Just wondering about fireworks. It's going to get pretty crazy around here.
Oh, the tablet. Yes. Great story.
Yeah, this one was $3 also. 1974.
Every year, at least one person goes to the hospital on my street.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, alcohol and fireworks don't mix.
Man, this guy loved DC.
So, back in the old days, it was this a day that a lot of fires happened, or was it more Halloween?
More Halloween, yeah. We'd get fires all the time, and we would get more calls for people blowing their fingers off and stuff like that.
Oh shoot, that must.
This
have
is
been
a
horrible.
repeat. This one I also bought as a kid.
Yeah.
So how many fingers did you find?
Yeah, it's just crazy.
You probably got them in your Halloween collection.
Yeah.
Exactly.
My wife showed that you'd posted earlier today. Was that a bag of human guts? Or she thought it was a bag of human guts. You're talking about.
Oh yeah, it
paramedic
was. It
training?
was a photo of when I was just recently having to renew my paramedic license.
So they bring out human guts from a cadaver.
Yeah, they'll bring out, like, that was actually a lung, and we were looking at different types of stuff for bagging for a tension pneumothorax, and seeing how the lung will fill up with air and so forth.
Okay.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it was a human lung.
I guess my wife was scrolling through your page and saw that and was horrified. You you may people that aren't used to that get a little shocked. I think she was a little bit shook by that. Man, there's a
Yeah.
bag of human guts.
Yeah, that was a nurse at University of Michigan that was conducting that class, and that's what that was.
So you keep your license going?
I do, because the college that I work at pays for it. They pay for all of my education and for me to renew it. So I figure, why not? So yeah, I still maintain my paramedic license. This is one other thing I was going to show you. I just, and you guys have probably seen this. So this was a book that I got at Costco. And this was a while back. I think it was right around Christmas. And it was $25. And when I looked at it, I thought, yeah, I want to get this for $25. Have you guys seen this?
No.
Is that the Taschen book? Yeah.
Is it Taschen?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Yep, it is.
Does it weigh 500 pounds? I know that Taschen did a book that was just huge. That
Yeah,
was
they
more
did several.
manageable.
They did several, and it's really well done. I've got a few other books by this company, and they do really good work. I mean, it's just beautifully.
Is
Yeah.
Costco? You have to be a member of Costco to go in there.
You do.
Oh well.
That's a pretty good price for having a slip cover as well.
How much?
Yeah, I thought so.
How much did you say it was?
25.
Oh, that is. Yeah, and it looked. I know that would look really good on a shelf with all those heads, floating heads. Oh wow. Well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just got some great artwork in it.
Man, yeah.
It's a totally a quality book.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
look at
look
that.
at that.
That's the poster I have on my wall. Oh well, I guess on the I'm not a member of Costco, and there's no Costco around here. So, and if I ordered that from Amazon, it would arrive all destroyed. So,
And this
And
is
then
back.
it even comes with a poster.
Oh,
oh
cool.
wow,
Man.
When did you get this?
Christmas.
Last
Yeah.
Christmas. I don't recall seeing them in Denver here, but
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's got a lot of interesting facts in here and some of the original art photos of original artwork.
Yeah. And it looks like it sticks to the right era. It doesn't look like it goes into the 80s or 90s.
No, it doesn't.
Excellent.
Yeah.
No black suited Spider-Man, no Spawn, Venom,
No.
everything that I hate. No
Yeah, that's
Deadpool.
see, I'm totally unfamiliar with that stuff. I don't know anything about it.
That's
It
what's
doesn't
great
interest
about
me.
you. I really don't really either.
I know nothing about that. And in fact, my nephew is a big. I got him into this, and of course, he's a young kid, younger, and so he's into the newer stuff as well as the old stuff.
Yeah.
And I would say probably more into the newer stuff, but he doesn't care for the woke stuff. He's really disappointed in the direction that the comics have gone in.
Yeah.
But he does like Venom and a lot of that. And again, it's not my taste. I'm more picky about it. Like I say, I pretty much don't buy anything beyond a 30-cent comic. And I'm not saying that there aren't good stories that came out afterwards. I know that there have been that came out in the 80s and the 90s and recently, and there's some amazing artwork and all of that. It's just that's, you got to kind of tone things down a bit to where, what you can afford. And so,
you have to go after everything that Roger Stern wrote. And everything that Roger Stern wrote was in the 1980s.
Well,
right, and everybody has their own taste, and that goes with music and a lot of other things, movies.
Yeah.
So
what
yeah,
are you saying? Who has to go after everything Roger Stern wrote?
Five has to go after everything. You see, if there's one writer in the 80s that people who like the 60s and 70s will like, is Roger Stern. Stern understands superheroes. He understands drama. He understands how characters are supposed to develop. He had a very long run on the Avengers.
Okay.
He had the best run ever on Doctor Strange. It's Steve Ditko, then Roger Stern.
Nice. Look at that.
Do you remember this? It was made by A-High.
And that wheel would make it go?
Yes, and you'd had a little zip.
Right.
Yeah, I've
you
never
put in
seen
here.
that.
Oh.
And this is mine from when I was a kid.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
And,
Did you say that's AHI?
yeah.
So it was like a rack toy?
Yeah, remember that company? Where was A-High from?
I have the monster stuff from them.
Yes, I had those too. I wish I still had them because they're worth a fortune.
Is it AHI or AHI?
Yeah, AHI. AHI.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I was just
Azrak Hamway.
And then these are my corgis, and this one here I got when I was 4 years old in 1969. I vividly remember my grandmother getting this for me. We went to a toy store, and this came with the boat. And I don't have the boat anymore. The boat broke and got thrown away.
That's the exact story that I would have told. I got my Batmobile in 1969 from my grandmother with the Batboat, and the Batboat was used in the bathtub, and it's no longer around. And I still have that, but you have all four wheels still, so I'll congratulate you. And the bubbles aren't, one of them's smashed on mine.
Yeah, in fact, this one here they're broke.
Hmm.
And this is a different one. This one I actually got several years later. And but yeah, I don't have the boat. And of course, as you know, trying to buy that in decent shape is just outrageously expensive.
No, I've never actually tried to. Is it really?
Yeah, they're very expensive if
I
you're going to
think
get an original.
they're
If they made them,
doing a reprint of, or they're doing a new Corgi Batmobile. I think I saw that somewhere that they're
yes,
doing a new edition of that.
I'm
yes.
still watching Spinner Rack's Halloween show, and he's got a skeleton sitting in the hot tub.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
man.
gonna
Yeah.
check that out. I was
Hey, I
Twitter
want to
has
see a
a lot of
Halloween
videos.
party put on by Dr. Fives and Spinner Rack. You guys
Yeah,
should
no
put
kidding.
on a Halloween. I'd fly anywhere to go to that party.
That'd be fun.
Well, what needs to happen is we all need to retire to one place and change the
We
whole
make a
town
Halloween
into
town just like this town, this
exactly.
Lemax town. Yeah.
Except I think Dr. Fibes has pretty much got his perfect place, and but
Well,
maybe we'll all be forced to when the Road Warrior apocalypse happens. Maybe you guys
yeah,
could all come here. There's houses for sale here, man.
see, we don't know where we're going to settle really because it depends on my son. If my son settles in Utah, then we might be moving to Utah. It's hard to say.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we just don't know what. But you know how you want to be near the grandkids if you can, and so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably do we generally do 2 Halloween parties. We do 2 weekends before Halloween, we'll do a little kids party where we'll have about 30 bowls of candy throughout the house, and it's pizza party, and they come trick or treating. And then usually the Saturday before Halloween's when we do our adult party.
That's typically
I
when we
can't
do
believe
ours.
you decorate like every single room, like even the bathroom.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, how
In
do you
fact,
store it? How do you store all that, and how long does it take you to set up?
We
It
have,
takes-
well, like I said, we're starting now to set up because there's so many pieces. Those villages, you have to build the displays. A lot of that's foam. It's carved foam, and then it's painted. And
Yeah, I'm
then,
looking at a big mountain you made to put
Yeah.
them all.
yeah. So it takes a lot of work. So we're started. We actually just pulled up the first stuff yesterday.
Like,
So,
would you pull up like an 18-wheeler full of stuff?
So we have about a 1,000 square foot unfinished basement, and that's where all this stuff is stored. And then, that final scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark, where it's a big warehouse,
Yes.
with just shit piled up. That's what
Yeah.
our basement looks like. I mean, it's full of Christmas, Halloween, Easter, and comic books, and then regular everyday stuff. And it is full. So
I just recently built a shed, 14 by 16, and we're also going to be doing a pole barn. Now, the pole barn is what I want to actually start doing our parties in. I want to decorate it to where I can keep it really cool, kind of a old 1890s carnival vibe to it. Is what I'd like to do.
yeah.
Freak show banners.
Yes, exactly. Some of the cool freak show paintings. Yep.
But man, those pictures you had of that Halloween party. What was the group that threw that Halloween party where they rented
Theater
out the,
Bazaar, and that is at the Masonic Temple in
but you say
Detroit.
they can't, the Masonic Temple won't rent it out to them anymore. Is that correct?
Yeah, they did it for several years, and now they've gotten enough money to where they don't need to be raising the money, and they've pretty much don't want the place converted at Halloween time. They want to use it for shows and so forth, because they have concerts there,
Yeah.
and they'll even have like the Detroit Symphony Orchestra play performances there. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. It's incredible theater. and it's a great place, as you could see, for the Halloween parties. So they're looking for other places to do it in Detroit, and I'm sure they'll find something and continue doing them. But it's a really cool party. They do one that is very high end, and they put on an incredible meal. And we haven't gone to that one yet, but the meal apparently is just like unbelievable. And there's two reasons why they make it expensive and very high end. They want to make it worth your money, but they also want to keep a lot of the riffraff out. So you're not getting riffraff if you've got a really expensive ticket. You know, I'm not saying that there aren't some that are going to be a-holes. You know, of course you could get that, but you're going to get less of that crowd.
Well, I can't imagine having riffraff in downtown Detroit.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's shocking.
Yeah. So yeah, when you've got a $250 ticket per person, you get a lot of it's crazy. But from what I've heard, we've talked to some people that have gone to it, and they said it's just unbelievable. I mean, as far as the attention they pay and all the stuff that you get to do, as well as the meal. And everybody is required to wear a costume. There's no exceptions. And some of the costumes are
that Theater Bazaar?
Yes.
Because it looked like some of the people weren't wearing costumes.
That was the lower end one. That wasn't the one that was the real expensive one.
Okay.
We haven't gone to that one. We haven't been to that one. No, you're right. The one that we go to, you're gonna get some crazies there.
The pictures you posted, I was like, oh my God, Cleo, I think our new friend Dr. Fives might be the head of the Church of Satan or something. Look at these pictures. He's in this gigantic temple and he's got a big white beard. And it's like, holy shit. She's going, oh my God.
Yeah.
And it turns out it's just one of those wild
that was back in my day. Yeah, so when COVID hit, I've said this before, but when COVID hit, obviously I was a firefighter paramedic my whole life since I was 19 years old, so I could never grow facial hair. You're not allowed to, and of course you had to have. It's very done like the military. You have to have hair that's cut certain length. You can't have your mustache any longer. Can't go past the sides of your lip right here, and so on. So they're very strict. So I never had facial hair, and I always had, short hair. And it wasn't until COVID that I told my wife it pissed me off. They closed my barber, and I just said, that's it. I'm not cutting my hair, and I'm not shaving. And she said, oh, I want to see that. And so that's what happened. And I didn't for several years. And, of course, everybody hated it except my wife. She thought it was a hoot.
Well, yeah, it was like Lord of the Rings. How... Are firefighters subject after retirement to being recalled, and if a disaster happened like Hiroshima or something?
No, we wouldn't. I mean, obviously we would help out, any way we can, especially with me still being certified as a paramedic, and I have a jump kit that I have, which is like an advanced medical.
Drafted back.
But no, it's not like the military.
Yeah, because my father, even as an older guy, was retired full colonel, and I remember him saying that he could actually be called back if something horrific happened.
Sure, especially when they would want to tap into his experience, with his knowledge and experience that he had.
Yeah,
that's invaluable. You want that.
Yeah, they were gonna when the Vietnam War was ending. They were going to take all these Vietnam refugees and put them in this, I forget what state, some freezing state. He said, wait, that's not what they're used to in Vietnam. And he said, maybe we should put them here in this camp, whatever, fort, whatever. And they actually listened to him. And
and especially with his rank, he was a high up. So he's somebody that was, like I say, very valuable. You get a regular grunt. I highly doubt that they're going to want to, pull those.
What is it in X-rays? Silver, right? They're just pouring that down the sink. He says, no, we need to save the silver. It's like, really? It's like, obvious things that he thought of that changed how things worked in the military. Uh,
How old was he, Gratu, when he died?
in his 70s.
Okay.
Let me see. 20, yeah, in his 70s. I don't really remember the age because it was a weird situation. He was exposed to Agent Orange, and in the Vietnam War and in the Korean War, um, he had hemorrhagic fever, and he was in the hospital in Dallas. And my oldest brother was there, and it said it looked like Christ after the crucifixion. His blood was coming out of his pores, and they didn't even know what was going on. He was like, and it was then that I thought he was dying, and I mourned him then, and then he got better and lived another year or two, and it's like, and then he passed away. And so I still have these weird dreams where, about him. It's like, wait a second, you're not alive. Why are you? It's like, because it's like, it confused me. I thought, okay, I prayed there at Parkland Hospital, the same place, where they took Kennedy and everything. And it's like, then I just got a bonus of a couple more years. It was horrible. But my father was able to write hemorrhagic fever, Korea, that this is a symptom of that. And because they had no idea what they were dealing with. So, but yeah, and my mother died in her 70s too, but they smoked a lot.
That generation did.
So
who
I envy
in this
people whose parents live into their 90s. That's great. I just thought I wasn't blessed with that, but
yeah. Who in the group here still has their parents?
I have one.
Both of mine.
I have
Yeah.
one.
Okay. I still have both of mine.
Yeah.
My parents are in their 70s. My grandmother's lasted until their 90s. So
is this your setup, Dave?
Yeah.
Oh, we're watching a video. We're watching your video through Kevin's phone.
Yeah. If you go, it's in high definition on my channel, so you can see
Yeah,
it a bit better.
we'll go watch your channel. Trust me. But
Yeah.
how
Go
can you
ahead.
take this down? It would drive me crazy. I'd want to keep this up all year.
Well, I mean, you've seen our Christmas, so we have to alternate between Christmas and Halloween, although we haven't done either for several years now because
Yeah,
of
I know.
COVID and elderly parent issues. But I don't. It's like anything else. If you leave it up to it loses its specialness to me. It just kind of becomes another, like the little vase you have, that's up all the time. It's like getting out new friends. And this is the comic book room. Actually, you guys have seen it, although it's completely redone. That's way back.
Fireworks must be going off in Arizona, upsetting his dogs, possibly.
No, that's not why.
Oh,
It's
there's
not
barking.
It's not dark yet.
So
yeah. In the meantime, I'm going to bed.
Oh,
See
you
ya,
got to
Paul.
head out.
Night,
That's
Paul.
okay.
Follow.
See you guys later.
You're
Take care.
forgiven. Take care. Man.
So as you guys know, I switch out my books throughout the year.
Yeah.
And then of course this is the Halloween horror stuff.
Yeah. Shift.
My goodness.
It's
You gonna
incredible.
break those out of the slabs for us sometime?
Some of those I may have. Others are just, like I said, Gratu, at times, depending on the value of the book,
Yeah.
it's hard to justify, breaking one out.
Who was breaking out like a Homer the Happy Ghost the other
I
day?
did. Yeah,
That
I
was
showed
you.
that last night.
Who would have slabbed a 1969 Homer the Happy Ghost
I
comic?
know. had value well under $100, had no business being in a slab.
They just think it's old. I've got to slab it.
Well, that's why CGC's in business, because people they'll
I know.
they'll send in 25-cent comics to get them graded.
Oh man, that's like my whole childhood there. Shit.
How much does it cost to have one of them graded?
After shipping there back, probably $50.
That's
But if
ridiculous.
it's a super high,
Yeah.
if it's like a very valuable comic that's worth thousands of dollars, then they keep a percent. How does that work, guys? I don't know.
What?
Yes,
I
that's
think
the
it's maybe a 10% if it's over a certain amount or something.
Yeah, if you're slabbing like Action Comics #1, how much money do they come away with for that?
Now, so that means what? That you have to pay them extra because you have a valuable comic?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 70K.
That's absurd.
Like
Exactly.
70K, like for a top book like that. You'd have to pay them tens of
They,
thousands of dollars.
they did that to me. They sent me a bill for $500 after, like months afterwards.
Man,
So
I
you're
want to know who this
slabbing a book
business guy is.
that's worth $500,000, and then they wind up coming away with 60, 70,000. Is that what you're saying? Wow.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
but if your book goes down in value, do you think they refund you money?
no.
Yeah, I'm watching a lot of people crying, well, not literally crying on YouTube about the books they slabbed, I guess at the beginning of the pandemic, and how they've gone down. This one guy was saying, I've lost, how many, what did he say, $100,000? I mean, in theory, he just lost the money until he sells them, but, and
I
I
was
guess the
always
books,
told that, I was told like $20 or 20 years ago, don't invest in comics. Just don't do it for the money. Don't invest your money in it. If you're doing it
yeah,
for an investment, you're gonna lose.
yeah,
You
So,
might
yeah,
win
Dave,
that's not
somewhere.
what I do.
Dave, where do I find this video? Because I'm in Spinner Rack Studios and I don't find it.
No,
I just went to Pop. I think it's one of his popular videos.
It's not his. It's a different channel. I had
That's
it.
what I
Let me
thought.
see if I can
it's
still
called
pop it up.
Ho Ho Hippity Hop Boo.
Oh, okay. That's the actual channel.
Yeah, I
And
have a
I'm sure.
separate channel for that. A much more
Okay.
successful channel than my
It's
comic.
I'm sure you
Halloween
could find it
2017
without, even
open
if you
house.
don't put the dashes in between. Oh, that's nice. Um,
Okay. Yes, I found it.
Yeah,
That's a cool spinner rack.
go to the
That's so-
2017 would probably be your best bet.
Okay, so I got
You
to
have a lot of spinner racks. I guess that's how you got your name.
Yeah, I've got 4 of them right now, 2 originals and then 2 repos. One of which is a holds slabs, one of the repos.
that
Yeah,
one
we
is
have those.
great. I've never seen a gold key one exclusive to Gold Key.
This
These
rack
new ones that they're making, they're like $400, and at the time, you could
That's
go
what I
to
was
an antique store and get one cheaper.
How much is a repo?
They're 400 about.
Jeez.
Yeah, but they don't look exactly like the originals.
No, I wouldn't call it a repro. I would just call it a new spinner rack.
You can easily spot. I mean, if you were a kid back then, that is probably from what, the mid '60s, early '60s.
Yeah, I think so, Gratu, and it's a really rare rack, that one. I think I've seen it one other time for sale, and it was just beat to hell. This one came out of Canada, of all places.
The ones that I always saw as a kid were the Hey Kids comics, wholesome that.
Yeah.
And then in the late '70s, I started to see the one that had Superman, Spider-Man, and Archie's heads on it. Do you have
I
that
remember
one?
that.
Yeah.
That was the one that came in probably '77, somewhere around there. I've seen really cool Gold Key, or no, maybe Dell wooden racks. Kevin has one, but someone repainted it. I think he has it in his garage.
Yeah, it's in there. It's
And,
a Dell it's either a Dell or DC.
Yeah. I've seen Marvel Comics ones on eBay that look amazing, but I guess. And this homeless man was telling me that he used to buy comic books out of a vending machine, and I was like, is he out of his mind? And I looked online and I found a picture of one. They used to be able to put in your 15 cents or whatever, 12 cents, and the comic would drop down. You can look at. I think I don't. They were mainly around in the Missouri area, from what I understand, in the middle of the United States. So they weren't on the
I've
coast.
seen a picture. There's not very many pictures, but I've seen one.
Yeah, you can see a picture of one online, but it's always the same machine you
I
see.
wonder if it
So
was. I wonder if it was just kind of homemade, something that somebody made.
no, I don't think so, because he was buying it he was living in Texas. And so they weren't just in Missouri, they were in Texas too. But when I read about them online, they said they were mostly located. So
That's
just
the
one
end
of
of that
those
video.
things.
This is going to be a fun video to watch. I'm going to watch it later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good video, 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, if you're getting back into the decorating spirit this year, you need to do an epic video, because I think it's time to.
Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit different. If you most of my videos, if you look at them, they're just set to music. A lot of holiday decorators do videos of how to, this is where I'm going to build this, and they tell you we're going to try that a little bit. So we're going to do some videos of, okay,
Okay.
here's where we put a village display, and then we're going to show the base and how it was made, and so on and so forth. Because like when you watch that video, a lot of those villages, they're on styrofoam,
Uh,
and they've been cut with a hot wire tool and
Mm-hmm.
then painted black and glittered and stuff like that. So
well, I would do an epic video with all of them, but I would do a separate video for each individual one. And I think that's a channel you've got a lot of subscribers to, as I
yeah,
recall.
a lot,
Well, 35 videos, and you have over 2,000 subscribers.
Yeah, and
Oh,
the
these kind
channel
of videos are these are evergreen videos that you do.
has
Is that
been pretty.
Every year, people watch these videos.
And
Yeah,
then
it's just going to keep going in perpetuity. But is that monetized? Do you get money for that?
yeah, it was monetized, although for some reason they stopped. Maybe because I wasn't doing any more videos. With the last 3-4 years, we just haven't decorated. But yeah, at one point the channel was monetized, but it's so little money that it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
Captain Strangelove says he gets like $30 a month, but I would like $30 a month.
Yeah,
That's some taco. Well, there's no Taco Bell here, but
there's
I could send $30 to Kevin, man.
and then on the Christmas, there's a kind of like you were talking about, Gratu. There's a 12 days of Christmas. If you're going to watch Christmas, there's a day 1, day 2, 12 days of Christmas. I would watch that series because it's kind of broken up into segments, more manageable segments, rather than these 45-minute videos. If you watch my first Christmas video, it's an hour and 20 minutes. And the funny thing about that is that the way I got onto YouTube is I decided that I rented a high definition camera. I didn't even have one at the time. And I wanted to inventory everything when it was set up. So I'm going through and I'm shooting, hour and 20 minutes worth of footage. And then I see people doing these, these home tours, and I'm just going to put it up on YouTube. I'm going to use that as my cloud storage. Here it is. And I'll just set it to music. And I didn't think anybody would watch it. Damn thing's got, I don't know, 140,000 views or something like that. It's just amazing. Yeah, so I originally got onto YouTube just to inventory and put up on the cloud essentially my Christmas collection at the time.
When did you start on YouTube?
I don't know, 2012 maybe? I don't know. I'd have to go to that Ho Ho Hippity Hop Boo
That's
channel.
pretty early.
Yeah. I mean, I had that channel many years before I formed Spinnerack Studios.
Was that when YouTube restricted how long a video you could make?
Well, they didn't restrict my hour and 20-minute one there.
Oh, okay. Well, early on, YouTube was you couldn't do it more than 10 or 12 minutes. And
Right.
that
Yeah,
wasn't interesting to me.
That was back in the early days.
yeah. Now
Then when it,
this is an Asian Christmas tree here, by the way. This is our
oh, I guess
Nice.
it's weird to be watching a video. It's like we're watching a bootleg. We're watching
yeah.
your actual channel through a phone. But I must say, Kevin's holding his camera very straight or very still, or maybe he's got a tripod.
That's great. That's a beautiful tree. My wife would love this. She does about, well, I've had to kind of tone it down, but for a while we were doing about 5 trees in her house.
Yeah.
And all different themes, of course. Now we're
That was
doing
always
3.
Now,
that
Dr.
was
Fives, in the 12 Days of Christmas series, there's one dedicated to the Asian. I wouldn't watch this very first video of mine. I would watch like the 12 Days of Christmas videos. And there's one segment that's an Asian.
Kevin. You could probably find some pretty great monster heads to pop up in front of the screen. Yeah, I love antique Christmas decorations. And then someone scared me and they said, "You do know that they used to sell bags of asbestos
Yeah.
that said Christmas snow, sprinkle the asbestos on your tree." And then they said, you need to be careful buying vintage Christmas ornaments because they may have traces of asbestos on them because people used to put it all over their tree to make it look like it had snowed. But what can you do, man?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, the whole asbestos scare was
Look at how
completely
he has
overblown.
X's over his eyes like he's dead.
Yeah.
Wait, I want to hear these encouraging words from an actual firefighter. Go ahead and.
So the asbestos scare is completely overblown, just like the government does a lot of things. And part of the reason that they do that, of course, is they have to, because people will ignore pretty much everything. I mean, you know how Americans are, or people in general, I should say.
Yeah.
So when you come out with certain rules, regulations, and so forth, people just kind of ignore it and say, no big deal. I'm not going to worry about it. So what they have to do is they overblow it completely to where everybody thinks it's as dangerous as radiation. And, it's Chernobyl in their home. And so now, of course, everybody is just freaking out about asbestos. And if I just get a little bit on me, oh my God, I'm going to get cancer. And it's so rare, actually, that people do get cancer from asbestos. And asbestos is not harmful unless it's airborne. It has to be something that you're breathing. And again, I mean, you can get cancer, but if you look at the stats, it's rare. And I'll give you an example. Just about every single third day of my career, I was breathing a lot of asbestos. It's floating in all the fires that we're at. And once you put the fire out and you're doing overhaul, you have to take your tank off and your mask off to find the hot spots and so forth. So you're going to get asbestos, you're going to breathe it. And I did it for 30 years. And again, people just freak out over it. It's kind of like mold too. Mold is one of those things where they overreact to it. And I'm not saying that it's not something they should be aware of. Obviously, you don't want to have it in your home if you don't have to. And everybody does have it in their home, but I mean, you don't want it airborne. But asbestos still, and a lot of things, one other thing that people don't know, we still import asbestos and we still use it in the United States. We still use it. And a lot of people don't think that. They think it's completely outlawed and that asbestos is a thing of the past. That's not true. You can Google it and you can see that we still use it today.
Kevin?
Yeah.
On my channel there's actually a Christmas one in the 12 days. I think it's called a patriotic Christmas.
Uh-huh.
You might put that one on. That one will be more fitting for.
Yeah, this is beautiful stuff.
Have you guys heard Dr. Fibe's story about when he fought a fire in his old elementary school?
Yeah, he found something that, like a locker.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
if
With all of
it's
the
worth him telling the
stickers.
story again because I don't know who's watched.
Oh,
It might have been in
There
the
it
third
is.
hour of a show
well,
or something.
just because
Yeah.
I heard it doesn't mean you have to not.
Yeah. Well, would you mind telling that story again, real? Because it's a really cool story that has to do with growing up in the 1970s.
Well, yeah, those wacky pack stickers that we all loved, and I was like you, Gratu. I loved them. I couldn't wait to have some change to where I could go to the store and buy them and hopefully not get a repeat. It was one of those where you just couldn't wait to get a really cool one, and they were all cool, but you wanted them all to be different. And so when I would get them, one of the things I was doing is I was putting them on the inside of my locker when I was in elementary school, and I had my whole inside of my locker covered in them. And many years later, when the school had actually closed, it was vacant. We were going on fires there all the time. Now, I wasn't at the station that was in that district, so most of the fires I didn't go on, but one in particular I did go on, and I knew that my locker was what area it was in, but I didn't know, of course, there's no way I could remember what exact locker it was. I just knew the general area. And so I just started opening up the lockers because they were all the original lockers. And to my surprise, those stickers were still there. They were all on the inside of that locker. And, had I been thinking, I should have just broke that door off and kept it. But I didn't. And that school is gone now. That school, they tore it down and there's nothing left of it. It's just a big vacant lot now.
Yeah, I'm sure your wife would have liked to see the locker door hanging on the wall. It probably smells like smoke. But no, yeah, absolutely, man. That's amazing that they just survived. It seems like at some point someone would have had the kids clean off the locker door at some point
Yeah.
in that many decades. But
yeah, you would have thought that they would have just been kind of like peeling them off, for the heck of it. Who knows? But they didn't. They left them there.
I guess kids of any generation can appreciate that wonderful art. It's just like, why would you want to get rid of the Sistine Chapel if it's inside your locker?
And the humor, the humor was just fantastic. They were so cleverly done.
It was that, and it was also we were being exposed unwittingly to an artist from the pulp era, Norman Saunders. There's never been anyone like him, and he was able to oh man, and it's just and it was also it was Mad Magazine, it was pulp art, it was underground comics, even though I didn't know they existed at that age, but was some of the influence. It was just a wonderful combination of everything that I was first exposure to a lot of things that would later mean a whole lot to me. Yeah. And I remember how hard it was to find Truant cigarettes. It was a parody of True cigarettes, and it was called Truant, and it was some kids skipping school out fishing on the front of the cigarette pack. And that every series of wacky packages, there would be one sticker that was impossible to get, and I finally got Truant cigarettes. It had been in the meantime, that must have been the third, fourth series, and man, I had so many extras that I got trying to get that one.
Dave, my wife is going to love this video.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to show her because now she's.
In the back of my mind, I was always thinking that you guys needed to meet. When Dr. Fibes first appeared, that his collection and is so similar to your collection that
I was watching that night that he came on.
Yeah. That was when Dr. Fibes first appeared. I came upstairs and showed that part of the show to Cleo, who was not, I don't think, was watching, and we watched it, and it was in the middle of the night. It was so late, and I don't think we were just so enraptured by it that we didn't get any sleep. And the same thing happened to Kevin in
Yeah.
Arizona. He was watching. He said, "I didn't sleep that night either. It was just like,
Yeah. I can remember going downstairs and telling my wife, I said, gosh, this guy came on to Gratu's channel and just fabulous collection of movie posters and
it was like the
stuff.
heavens had parted, and it was some
Well,
revelation, some
I couldn't believe
amazing.
it.
The world
had
had
I not
changed.
come on that night, I don't think I would be on YouTube at all. I just, you know, I just was one of those things where I thought about it for many years and just for whatever reason had a million reasons not to, and so yeah, it's strange how that worked out, because all of a sudden my wife was out of town and I was sitting here watching the show, and I had watched it for a while, you know, regularly, and just when he kept inviting, hey, does anybody want to come on? And I thought, okay, how do I do this? I had no idea how to even come on this show, but I figured it out. And so yeah, that's why I did the channel, is because of that night. So now the direction I want to go now is I'm gonna start doing some reviews of movies
Good.
and start doing basically the classic horror sci-fi, because both you know, I love the old stuff and I love science fiction and horror equally, really. I mean, there's a fine line, really, even in some of it too. It's like, what is, you know, some of the stuff they categorize as science fiction or horror could be either or. I mean, technically, Frankenstein could be classified as a science fiction film.
Definitely, yes.
You know what would be really interesting, because I noticed that you talk about being uncomfortable on camera, but when you're on with other people, you're really comfortable. I mean, you have no
Yeah,
problem. What if you did it like Siskel and Ebert? You got someone to, you know, talk about, you know, and did
that's
like 3 or
beautiful.
4 movies in an episode and did it for half an hour. Um, Red Letter Media, do you watch that channel?
I do. And, you know, I enjoy those guys, and I agree with them on some things, and some things I totally disagree with. And that's just part, you know, that's the way it is.
Well,
I mean,
I
that's what's
know
fun.
I agree with them on a lot, but when they were saying, I think we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, when they said that, what the hell was that called? That Mad Max movie before last?
Yes.
What was that called, man? I
Starts
can't.
with an F.
Fury Road, was it? Or
No.
is that the latest one?
No, the latest one has a weird name. Isn't it the girl's name or something?
Furiosa. Then
Yeah,
the other one was
Furiosa.
Fury Road. Then,
Yes.
yeah. They were saying Fury Road was better than the Road Warrior. Are you out of your mind? Road Warrior was almost a perfect movie.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. And
But,
they just recently also came out with a video about the latest Star Wars, the Acolyte.
oh,
And
I'm sure they hate that.
you know, surprisingly, they really started panning on a lot of the conservatives that are making fun of it. And they started basically saying that these conservatives are overreacting to it, that the show isn't that bad, even though it is bad. And I thought, are you crazy? It's unwatchable. It's completely unwatchable. It is
Well, I
so
haven't even
poorly
tried,
written.
but, you know, if it's, yeah.
So again,
Well, that's,
it's hit and miss with those guys. Some of their stuff, a lot of it, I like how they do. You know, they're not sucking up to Hollywood and like a lot of the reviewers where they want to get the free stuff, because a lot of them, they want the free televisions and all the free memorabilia that they send them if they're giving them good reviews. And we know that's exactly why. And then, of course, it's a whole political thing on top of it. So Red Letter Media will say what they want to say, but I don't agree with them on certain things.
yeah, it's weird. I was unsubscribed to them. I was unsubscribed to Meyer Greenblatt by the YouTube. And I need to make a list, because I can't resubscribe no matter how hard I try. I was unsubscribed to David Wilcock. Who else? It was John Goris.
Yeah, that's strange. I haven't had that problem.
I haven't either.
I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it was a lot. It's
I'm gonna. Oops, did we lose him?
He lost himself, yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm going to tell gratitude. Thanks for having me on. I'm going
All
to
right.
click off. My wife, as you probably have heard me say multiple times, Thursday she's doing the mother watch duty, and
Yeah.
Yep.
she'll get home here in about 45 minutes. So I'm going to start heating up some dinner. So
Okay.
happy 4th to you guys, and
Cool.
yeah, Dr. Fobbs, watch some of those videos. If you got any questions, just leave me a comment or
All right.
send
Definitely.
me
I'm
an
going to
email.
enjoy it.
And so anyway, all right, guys, well, take care.
Take care,
All right.
Dave.
See you.
Bye bye.
Yeah, I'm conflicted. I'm really liking this episode, but now I'm thinking maybe I should go watch Road Warriors. So
Yeah. It's a good film. It is
Oh,
a good
yeah.
film. I enjoyed the first two, and then after that,
Yeah.
I didn't care for the Thunderdome, Beyond Thunderdome. I thought was way too slick, too Hollywood, too silly. And then the one with that just recently came out a few years ago. Again, it was okay, but I get tired of the whole kind of narrative that they just constantly push, and I can't help but notice it. It's so obvious, it's just blatant that they're always pushing a certain narrative, and it's annoying. And I just want a good story. Give me a good story.
I had a list of things that I was going to have my wife watch with me. And on the top of the list, the next thing we're to watch is Alfred Hitchcock's Notorious. So,
yeah, I love Alfred Hitchcock. One of my favorites. And of course, I have favorite movies, and mine tend to be a little different than most. The movie that gets voted as the most loved Alfred Hitchcock film. Well, let me ask you, what's one of your favorites?
of Hitchcock?
Yeah.
Well, Rope. And
Really?
yeah.
That surprises me because that's one of my favorites, and that one is always pretty much at the bottom of the list. That one usually never, ever makes anybody's even top 10.
Well, because the little things about it, even though they got the dead body in that box, then they put candles on it and decorate it, you keep thinking someone's going to go open that. And it
Right.
makes you stop. You start to actually root for those guys to get away with it. And you catch yourself go, wait, no, these guys need to be caught. But that's something he'll do to you. As far as other Hitchcocks, they're all okay, but I don't know. There's something about what was it, 39 Steps? Did I get the right one?
Yeah. That's one of the early ones.
Is it okay? Then you had a guy, I believe his name Robert Cummings. They frame him, and he has to go prove himself, and he ends up on top of the Statue of Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the name is escaping me, but that actor was from my state.
Oh, is that right?
Joplin, Missouri area. Oh yeah, because he ends up at that blind guy's house, but the blind guy quickly figures out you got handcuffs, and you always this guy's going to get caught, and he won't get away with proving he's innocent, and he was always after that guy named Fry. I remember that clearly. So,
and Jimmy, getting back to Rope, Jimmy Stewart is so good in that movie, Rope.
Sure.
Oh, he's excellent, but he's excellent in everything. I'm a big Jimmy Stewart fan. But we're just talking about Alfred Hitchcock and some of our favorite movies of Alfred Hitchcock.
Okay.
And I was just going to say that the one that tends to be voted as the number one by the majority of people, and that's including producers, directors, people in the industry, critics, and so forth, is Vertigo. Vertigo's not one of my favorites.
I would have thought they would have said Psycho, but that's
Vertigo.
Probably
Vertigo is always voted as the one, and it's a good movie. I like it, but it's not even in my top 5 as far as Hitchcock goes.
Yeah. Well, you probably heard me tell the story about Calvin Beck and Norman Bates, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I've uncovered new information about that recently. For for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, Robert Bloch wrote the novel Psycho, which was later made into a movie. And Hitchcock changed the Norman Bates character a bit to try to make him likable to the audience and good looking and kind of all American, shy, kind of weird guy. In the original book, he's overweight and more ugly, homely. And his mother complains that he's reading satanic books. He reads Aleister Crowley and some Russian philosopher that's an atheist. I don't really remember the name, and I have the Psycho novel. I've never read it, but I should. But Robert Bloch hung out with a crowd of science fiction people, and I think August Derleth, maybe Lynn Carter. I don't know if Lee Brackett was part of that crowd, but science fiction writers, old pulp writers, people that would bring the Robert E. Howard stories to paper back in the 60s, but, and finish some of the stories that Howard never finished that he had in his trunk. And they would finish out the stories and sprinkle them into the Conan anthology paperbacks. But one of the people in that crowd was a guy named Calvin Beck, and he started a magazine in the style of Famous Monsters around 1960, maybe 59, and it was called Castle of Frankenstein, and he
Oh, it's a
published
great
that through
magazine.
the mid 70s. It's a brilliant magazine.
It's
It's
excellent.
very well written. It's what people used to say you graduated from Mad and went to National Lampoon, or you started with Cracked and then to Mad, then you went to National Lampoon. Uh, it's kind of like Famous Monsters. You would go to Castle of Frankenstein. It was more written on a college level. It was very much someone that appreciated not just what Forrest J. Ackerman did, but Ackerman, I mean, you could never really beat Famous Monsters for its production design, although Castle of Frankenstein was a beautiful looking magazine too. Um, but anyway, he was the publisher or editor, maybe both. And then there was a guy named Bob Stewart that was the main writer. But anyway, Calvin Beck is what Robert Bloch based Norman Bates on. And everyone in that crowd knew instantly when they read that book because it was exactly Calvin Beck's whole personality, except he wasn't a murderer. And it was because he had this Eastern European mother that was really clingy. And when Calvin Beck went to a college class, she would sit in the back and audit it. And when he went to a party with a bunch of his friends, she would find a way to be there at the party. And it was just so obvious that he was just this mother would not leave him alone and was always there. And he lived in the house with his mom. That's where he made the magazine. So that's what it's based on. But anyway,
No, it's loosely based also on
Ed Gein.
Ed Gein. Yeah.
But they say it's 90% Calvin Beck and 10% Ed Gein.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's Ed Gein because he'd been in Life magazine. That case in Wisconsin got a lot of press. When it was in Life magazine, everybody knew about it.
And the whole and the bit that
but it's not. I mean, because if Ed Gein inspired both Norman Bates and Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, those are very different characters. But the only thing that they have in common is that there's a dead mother that's preserved, and they that it's kind of mummified and they kill people. That's
and the taxidermy part. Ed Gein actually.
Oh yes, that was added for the Hitchcock movie, the taxidermy. In the book, he was more of a science fiction nerd, more into because it's like the I hung out with crowds of people into the stuff we're into, and there'd always be the people that were into that Aleister Crowley stuff, and it's like, oh man, I don't really want to hang out with you guys too much anymore, as they,
Micah, you got to go.
I'm afraid so. I wrote it
Oh,
in the chat. I didn't want to interrupt, but
oh,
I
sure.
enjoyed it a whole lot. But the wife wants me to go see some fireworks. I have no idea why, but
All right, my friend.
so
All right.
I got to slip out. So
All right, take
all
care.
right, see you
Thanks.
guys.
Take care. I thought he said I've got to flip out, but he said I got to slip out. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what people are saying, and I ignore the chat because usually they have nothing to say. Let's see here. It's so bad, the woke stuff. I love the 39 steps. I say that's my favorite one. Graphic Man, enjoyed this gentleman. Wife wants me to go with her to see some fireworks. Bye. And then later, Graphic Man, take care, Mike. Yeah, I would have never seen those. It's just like, well, it's all right. Yeah, so I don't know. So anyway, I found out recently more about how Norman Bates is portrayed in the novel. Of course, just getting the
Yeah,
book
that's
out and
fascinating.
reading it might help.
That's fascinating. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's just the Castle of Frankenstein is a magazine. It's not hard to collect. It's not super valuable. It's there weren't that many issues. There were like 20 something issues. They brought it back in the 90s. They had some of the I think Larry Ivy that did a few of the covers back in the 60s was back, but it was terrible. And they recently brought it back. They've done about 3 or 4 issues. It comes out twice a year. It, of course, all the original people have passed away that did that magazine, but it seems to be of high quality now. And so I get it through Kevin at Gotham City Comics. But that was something I loved as a kid. And the other one, I love Famous Monsters, Castle of Frankenstein, and then the Monster Times, which started right around the time the 70s started and ended in 76, summer of 76.
I
That
don't
was a
have any
great.
Monster Times. I don't have any of those.
Oh, that's a great one. That's great.
I've seen them, at the conventions and stuff, but I don't have any.
Monster Times covered. Well, so did Castle of Frankenstein. Castle of Frankenstein had an interview with Stan Lee back around 67. They would cover comics. And Castle of Frankenstein had 2 Star Trek covers while Star Trek was still on the air on NBC. Forrest J. Ackerman, for some reason, never covered, never even, as far as I know, never even mentioned Star Trek during its original run. And as being a big science fiction person, but he was an author's agent, was his main thing he did before he started Famous Monsters. So he may not have liked Roddenberry for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, that is unusual because you're right. I mean, his favorite film was Metropolis.
Yeah, but there was something going on. I bet it was some conflict with Roddenberry because there was no coverage of Star Trek until the movie came out in 79.
Yeah, that's unusual. You're right. There's something going on. That background looks really cool where you're at right now with the curtains.
Yeah, it's just
yeah, but it looks.
I'm up in the attic, and there's just a desk here, and there's a Poison Ivy poster here.
Oh, that's great.
I'm gradually getting the attic I'm building it back better, making it great again. This attic is I don't know much about the Masons. You might know more, but this bluish color, this could be, I don't know. This house used to be owned by the exalted Grand Master of the Masons. I don't know.
Really?
Years ago. I don't know if it was, it's kind of pyramid shaped up here. I wonder if they met up here. I don't know.
Oh, probably. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, Masons.
But it was also at one point, if you went back to about the time we were born, there would have been bodies up here. Probably not many, but Because it's a small town, there wouldn't be massive quantities of people.
True.
But this was a funeral home
Yep.
from, I think, 50 to 72. Then it was a furniture store. So it scared my mother-in-law away. Yeah. So,
You should have
wonder
never
what we're
told
looking
her.
at there at Gotham City Comics.
Last day of school, 1977.
Oh, on Vampire Robots channel.
That's cool.
Well,
I like reading the comments. They're always interesting on this channel.
so I went back on the Four Color Fossils last night. Everything seemed to be fine.
Yeah.
There
I was
were a
glad that
couple of
you
people
joined
that
us.
a couple of people didn't. Well, a couple of people didn't say a word to me. That's fine. I can't be liked by everyone. I thought that. Well, I'm pretty
Here.
sure that I was blamed for the whole nursing home. The chat was like a nursing home, and I was the bad guy, and I was
Well, I heard
not liked
everybody.
for a while, and then. But I guess it's all blown over for the most part. But that really hurt. But I guess things blow over possibly. But
Well, I heard
um,
everybody kind of, making comments and egging you to come on when it had
I
mentioned.
most
If you go back
yes.
and watch it, you'll see that. Yeah, they're all kind of going, yeah, come on, Gratu.
Yeah, I just know there's a few people that really don't like me, but that's okay.
Well, yeah, you can't make everybody
I
happy.
can't make everyone like me. That's fine. Yeah, and
That's just life,
and there's a lot of people in the chat that are also in the chat on that other show that hate my guts.
Yeah, and that's
So
that's okay. That's okay because
yeah,
you're
yeah.
right.
I enjoy being
There's people
hated.
there's people in that chat that don't like me either, and
Oh, I don't know. I don't know that that's true.
oh
Why would they not like you? What's the not like?
I don't know. I don't know why. Lead poison. He doesn't like me.
Oh, yes, that's a problem because he's all over their chat and they seem to love him and he made yeah yeah and he made fun of a friend of mine
Yes. Yeah, it
and
was
he made
terrible.
fun of you when you were coming on the show because he thought
Yeah.
what was he making fun of your hair? He's making
Yep.
fun of that you said a couple of times. It's like
Yep.
that's yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
you're not gonna
well.
make everybody happy. That's just the way it is.
No, yeah, I'm pretty much hated by a lot of people, but that's okay.
Well, that's going to happen when you talk about politics. We know that. This is a
I
very,
hear the
very.
first fireworks.
Did you? I mean, that's
Yeah.
just the way America is now. The government's done a very good job of dividing us, and and they've made it to where politics are very, very, divisive and let's face it. I mean, it's a cultural war going on right now, and it's worse than I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
So, and this is what the government wanted. They want us very much separated. They want.
Well, I didn't mean to hurt anyone's feelings, but it's just I guess everyone was forgiven but me. Hey, Gratu, and everyone visiting the Hotel Orloff in Rural Retreat, Virginia, says Charlton 66. Friar Tuck says apparently Rural Retreat not as great, but possibly better than other parts of the USA weather-wise. I don't know what you're talking about. Why did something happen to Rural Retreat?
I don't know.
Know about the weather? Is Kevin streaming Me Tunes? Probably. Yeah, that could possibly. Kevin,
yep,
that could possibly get me a copyright claim from Warner Brothers. They're very litigious. Yes, he's Me Tunes. That's what they're calling it. Me Tunes. That's really not a very good name.
No.
The tune thing started with Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I always didn't like when they started calling him tunes. But as far as
just my opinion, but I don't think it's necessarily politics. It's what you just did. You just voiced an opinion about them calling cartoons tunes and Roger Rabbit. So there's
Yeah,
a
that probably
certain
pisses someone off,
type of people that just want to hear good news all the time. They just want to kind of, it's just a hand jobs all around. And so you're not a hand job kind of guy. So you know, you're not going to laugh at something you don't think is funny. That's how I feel. I don't watch shows that I don't like. So, you know.
Oh, tornadoes and losing internet. Well, there are tornadoes
That
most
it's easy
places.
for me to
I had,
separate from that crowd because I don't watch their shows. So
I see.
Yeah.
I was talking more about people, trolls that are out there on the internet that watch his show and then quit, you know, and so forth. I'm just saying that
those
generally,
people, that doesn't, my subscription
generally you're
count
going to get people.
goes up, it goes down, but
Absolutely.
as far as me feeling like I've been shut out of an entire community and not invited on a show for months, and because I made what I thought was a somewhat humorous joke, and then I just felt like I was I just felt
Yeah, I
really
thought we were
shitty
talking about
because I
two
apologized,
specific channels.
but everyone else apologized that were also there, and somehow they were forgiven. But yeah, I guess it's because I do voice my opinion. Like one time I was talking about BlackRock actually not being a good organization, and yet I've found some. I don't normally read Transformers, but I saw a Transformers comic like in a cheap bin at a comic store, and there's a giant monster holding up a BlackRock truck. And this is a comic from the late 70s, and I'm thinking, was BlackRock around back then? And it's like, so I research it and I look at the date of the comic, this Marvel comic book, because it's a bad monster that's smashing the BlackRock truck, and it's the good guys trying to save BlackRock. And it's like apparently the BlackRock that we know that owns most of the networks and everything, the evil organization that's really behind everything, probably far above, as you go puppet masters up above Biden and above Obama, who's puppet mastering Biden, you get up to them. So apparently BlackRock started as a company a couple of months after this Marvel comic, It's like, well, I
Oh,
know that
really?
sometimes government will like go to TV shows and publications and try to seed in, and they say, hey, we want kids to like the name BlackRock. Let's get in this popular Transformers comic, and so I start talking about that on the show, and uh, and I say, that BlackRock, what the percentage they own of CNN, of Fox News, of this, that, they're buying up people's houses, they're trying to buy up whole neighborhoods, and this wonderful member of the community from England says, stick to comic books, FFS. And I asked Cleo, it's like, what does FFS mean? She says, oh, it means for fuck's sake. So,
I would have never gotten.
so it's like, I just gonna talk about comic books while the world crashes and burns around us. Uh, uh,
New York
Unbelievable.
City.
I,
New York
I,
City. You just got to throw one of those in there, and then that'll get the whole chat will be on your side.
I believe Gratu was invited on this past week. No, well, yeah, okay, yeah. I was. I put, hey, have fun, guys, and then Charlton and Jimbo said, hey, you should come on. And then it was like, oh yeah, come on. I I haven't gotten any text to appear on any show. I'm not trying to rile up Gratu or stir the pot because I agree with a bunch of stuff he states, but I was okay. Okay, when all that happened, I was told you can come on my show in 15 weeks and show your Batmobiles, but yeah. In the meantime, yeah.
All right.
But okay, so now this is why I don't like the chat, man. This is why I don't like reading it. But
you don't have to read it. You don't have to read it.
Yeah,
See,
I
the
shouldn't
people.
read any of this
No,
fucking shit.
listen. The people in the chat The reason why the chat exists is so that they can talk amongst themselves while they're watching the show. They're reading what they're writing. There's no reason for you to have to read again what they've already written or put their names on the screen. They're not part of the show. They're watching the show.
Hey, great legend.
Great to see you guys. Hey, Gratu, happy 4th of July, brother, to you and the missus. Happy 4th of July to Kev, Meyer, Dr. Fabs. Great to be here with you live. I just made,
I mean,
it's
unless
not the
you want to
most
just
American.
read the entire chat for
Yeah.
45 minutes and not talk about anything and not look at any comic books or toys or give our opinions, we'll just read the chat for 45 minutes. You want to do that?
Well, that's what created the original controversy. Is that was pointed out not by me. The person that said that was forgiven. He was on tonight, and then it's like all I did is say, it's just I don't know. You just got to have a sense of humor, I guess, to appreciate what are.
And it's hard too, Gradu, because every host is different. Like, so me, I just skim the chat. If there's something that I think needs to be brought to the attention, I'll highlight that one. But like Dr. Fabs and Meyer says, most of them are just talking to themselves. But then there's the hosts that feel obligated to read every single, and that's cool. That's cool. It's just everyone's own style,
Right.
But
Yeah,
dude,
that's
yeah,
right.
going through
Don't get
every
opinions
piece of
or-
chat though, God, it does take God's time. I don't know, man, but yeah, reading every single damn thing. And a lot of times in the chat, they're repeating the same shit. And then here's one of the best. I don't even know if they know what they said in that chat. No, I just stole that from when Trump went off on mine. I don't know. He know what he just said. Anyway, I thought it was great.
Oh, that was awesome how he ended
He
that.
fired that one off quick.
Oh,
too. I like that one line.
He nuked Joe Biden.
He was screwed. Yeah, just get Trump in there, and then we can have, like you said, Gradu, last night, the next 4th of July will be a lot better. Amen.
Well, we'll see.
So.
If the election's not STOLEN.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
There is those elites,
the
elites, man. They can fiddle with numbers and make things, like they can make the AI change the dang percentages probably.
And they've already made changes. I mean, we've got months now that we can vote.
Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just all these changes they made. They definitely have the cards stacked in their favor.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see.
Threat level is high. Threat level is high right now.
I was listening to y'all earlier talking about movies, and it was Astro with a Deep. I think it's the one it's King Ghidorah's second appearance where they're in Planet X. But anyway, it's this 1965 Godzilla type film. Very good. But I was listening to y'all talk about these newer films, and you're right. Even new TV shows, they put that woke stuff in there, man. I mean, like, I tried to get into Black Lightning on the CW, and just by saying CW, I shouldn't even probably be on this. But anyway, it's like it's one of those vices, like one of those things that's so bad it's good, But I was watching Black Lightning, and the first scene is Black Lightning's character, Jefferson Pierce, gets pulled over by 2 white cops, and they start roughing him up, and I'm like, come on, really? Bullshit.
I did the same thing. I think I lasted like 7 minutes for that Black.
Was it. It was like
never watched
started
that,
it off.
It seems like there was some good stuff on CW.
God, that Riverdale was kind of a guilty pleasure.
Stargirl was great. Stargirl didn't have any agenda except for one little button on the girl that Dr. Midnight's. She had a little button. I would even mention what the initials were.
Is it possible that there was something that you might have missed?
Sure. I mean, but Stargirl, and I didn't see the last few episodes yet. We still have yet to finish. They whacked that series pretty quick. That series was great. I thought it was great. Stargirl.
I love that middle
Supergirl
guy
started okay until it became all about her lesbian sister and not about Supergirl.
That's what happened to that one.
What else? I don't know. CW. My wife was into that Supernatural show. That didn't really seem to have much of a woke agenda. I think that was on CW.
Yeah, I think that was a decent.
Country Western when I hear CW.
Yeah.
So the other night,
Country
I got
western, yeah.
tricked into a bait and switch, this new Jason Statham movie called The Beekeeper, right? And so
Okay.
it looks like it's going to be a Jason Statham movie. And it says in the synopsis, he's a retired CIA agent that may be still working for an agency, and his neighbor gets scammed. And so he goes on a vengeance run. So I watched like the first 15 minutes. It sets it up just like that. But it turns out that the neighbor also has a daughter who's an FBI agent who happens to be black and very assertive and powerful. And all of a sudden, she's the hero of the movie. Like 15 minutes in, I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't a Jason Statham movie. This movie's about her. And it totally was about her. And that's
Who's
what
Jason
happened.
Statham?
He's
There
just
you
some
go.
action star that who's made some good movies in the last
Oh,
like
okay.
10, 15 years.
He's a shaved head guy, and he was in the movies called The Transporter, and he's also
Yep.
plays in the Expendables movie with Sylvester
He was
Stallone,
in
where it
Death
brings
Race.
back all
He was
the
in the new
action
Death
heroes.
Race. That was actually a good movie.
Well, I don't know any. But Biden is tired and old. What
Yeah,
does
we're
that
all
have
tired and
anything?
old of watching him.
Um,
I'm getting more gray
well,
as that
he's
fucker's in the
not
White
the.
House.
It doesn't
Look at
really
him.
matter. He's not president.
Yeah,
He's not in charge.
he's the
He
pawn. He's a
was
puppet.
trotted out to the other night, and it's all a diversion so that people pay attention to that while not noticing who's really in charge. He hasn't made a decision since he came in the White House.
No.
I'm not
No.
going to
No.
make fun of someone for being old or having dementia because my grandfather had that. I kind of have that. I probably walk like Biden half the time, but the problem with him is he's been a corrupt and evil person since he was his entire life. And even when he was in high school, he was an a-hole. And you can tell by the way he talks when he'll try to sound cool. And you know, oh, he was one of those real jerks in the 1950s that played football and wanted to beat everyone up because he starts saying this, come on, man, I'll take you behind the gym and beat you up. And he starts doing that to people. And then someone in the crowd will be asking him a question about his son and say, listen, fat. And it's like, oh, really? This
Yeah,
is the big woke liberal guy. He's a horrible human being. So
Bad.
he's always been stupid. He's always exhibited dementia. He's always been corrupt. Look at his children and how horrible they are. And look at Trump's children. I mean, he's been before he even was vice president. What kind of moron? Well, okay, he's talking about Franklin Roosevelt and how great that was that he used to get on television and give these fireside chats. And I'm thinking, what kind of a moron thinks there was television during the Depression? And then and then you think, well, gosh, Obama's a lot smarter, so he wanted a dumb vice president so that so he would stay president. No one would want him to be in charge. But then Obama's saying stuff. Yes, I've been to 57 states. Is that what he said? 57, or was it 52 states? And then he's talking about the Marine Corps. So today we're going to honor the Marine Corps. Oh, really? Just you're going to honor a dead body? People are just. It's just like, and all you really see the TDS coming out now. They're flipping out the people. It's like, well, I don't mind having a demented old person. It's better than someone that lies and is racist.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
know.
so ridiculous. It's
Incredible.
just like so.
Incredible.
But he's tired and old. Yeah, man, I'm tired and old too, but I could do a better job as president. But he's not president, trust me. And the question should be, who is president? And why has the media been covering up for this guy who's been in this same state of this same condition for years? This is not something that magically just happened. And it's just like these people are so stupid. And yeah. But the main problem with society, and I've noticed this my entire life, and this has been the bane of my existence my entire life, is people that don't have a sense of humor. And it's just always been, people that don't get the joke are very dangerous people. They laugh a lot because they think that's what they're supposed to do, but they don't know what the joke is. And I don't think Biden is someone that has a sense of humor or who understands humor, because that's a sign of intelligence. And so people that come after me that hate my guts, they may laugh a lot, but they don't get my humor. That's for damn sure. I'm going downstairs to put something in the dryer. But
Yeah, I think and you see it in the real world and how the media tends to like divide with just bullshit. And then especially, that left side, because it's that Hollywood elitism over there and all their power and all. And even that, probably even that Scientology, I think that's their big gimmicks too over there. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, even on the internet, like we were talking about earlier, where I was listening while I was making the spaghetti, I was about those people Gratu getting mad at you and stuff. Man, I'm a good Christian guy, but fuck them, man. Fuck them. That's what I got to say about that.
well, hey, you don't
I'm sorry.
realize
I'm
you
sorry. I
don't
shouldn't be
really
cussing.
realize who you're saying that about, because
I know
I
it
just
could get me some heat, man. I've had heat on the
no,
tubes.
these are really. They're
Evil.
really nice people. I mean, they're really nice people. They just don't like me, and so maybe that says something about me, because these
Yeah.
really are nice people and they're beloved, and I'm never gonna come out because everyone's gonna say, "But they're such nice people. You must be in the wrong, Gratu." Yeah,
I just don't like people
I
getting
just
messed with.
all I said, and this is why I haven't been invited on the Four Color Fossils. Never formally invited. Last night, a couple of people said, "Hey, come on." I think you were one of them. And
Mm-hmm.
all I fucking said, excuse my language, was Spinnerack said at the end of it's been edited out, but he said, on that Saturday show, it takes them 45 minutes before they show a comic book. And I'm thinking, oh man, don't say that. And then, so it's like, and so Eric Breen said, well, does it really matter at this point if they ever show a comic? They've got this sense of community, and and he said they have fun talking to each other. And I said, yeah, it's kind of like the big room at a nursing home. They'll come up and say, hi, how are you? And then they'll say hi. And then they'll say hi again, and pretty soon they've said hi to you 47 times because they've forgotten that they said it to you. Because, and I wasn't meaning to insult them. I was really meaning that in a nursing home, they're nice people. They're not
Yeah.
evil. They're because that's how it seems. It's like, hi there, hey, hi, oh,
And
hi,
I
how's your
laughed
cat?
at that
How's your
joke.
gerbil? How's your cat? Hey,
I
hi. And that's just the way it is when my grandfather was in a nursing
Yeah.
home. All these nice people talking to each other, and they just don't remember. They forget a couple of, so that's what I said.
That's what it
And then
was.
and then and then and then what happened is I think Graphic Man said something like, well, so don't watch that show. And he was trying to be funny, and then
Mm-hmm.
he cuts his camera because he had to blow his nose. And they were saying he cut his camera because he was laughing, and he should have
Oh
cut
my
quicker
goodness.
because and how dare he do that? And they made some threatening video, and then the Four Color Fossils gets canceled and has to go
Yeah.
on. So
Yeah.
For a while, they were
and
calling the
it's
Four
all
Color
because
Fossils
of
that other
and then
show.
but
That
they,
cracked me up. They called
they
it
were
that other show because they didn't want to say the
forgiven
Four Color
because they
Fossils. It was
apologized in
hilarious.
my eyes. I
Oh wow.
apologized for
Dang.
what I said. I apologized several times, and
Yeah.
I was never forgiven. I
Oh
was never
shit.
invited to the reunion, and and I don't give a shit what these people in the chat say about it. I
Mm-hmm.
was never forgiven by them. So, but they forgive everyone else. That's great. So I shouldn't have
I
come on
wasn't
last
I
night. That
wasn't
didn't feel
there.
good to come on last night. That was like I don't know if it was a pussy move on my part or how it was perceived,
No.
but I felt kind of weird going on there with some people just rocking back and forth, looking at me, not saying a word to me. people that usually laugh all the
That's
time
kind of,
sure weren't laughing when I was
yeah.
on there. And then I go on Night Tiger's show, and people start loudly chewing on potato chips when I come on. You know, just little things like that, hazing that I don't need to put up with
Yeah,
that shit.
that's right. Yeah. I
I
had
come
a
on here for
great time
fun,
with you
and I
last
thought I
night.
was a member. I had these great friends for 4 years, and all of a sudden I'm shut out. And it's like, well, I'll let you come on in 15 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, that shit hurts, man, when you think these are my friends, man. Every Wednesday, I take time away from my wife to hang out with these people, and then they just shut me out. And you guys can think, oh, they're just wonderful people. Look at them laughing. Well, it hurt my fucking feelings, man.
Yeah.
I have feelings too, man. You can.
Amen. You know, last night when you came on, I wanted you to come on because I missed you with the group, you know, and I'm just so glad you came on and Dr. Fibes came on. Meyer, you were there too, weren't you?
No, I was watching a movie.
Oh, all right. Well, well, Meyer, I see you a lot in Hotel Orloff here at the Grotto Orloff channel, and you too, Kev, and Dr. Fibes, but man, Gradu,
Well, Meyer's been avoiding it
I love
because he
watching you.
saw at first, you know, it hurt me, and he's basically. I don't want to speak for him, but he's basically been. He may have taken it a little too far a couple of times with some of the things he said in the chat, which, but you know,
I like that
you
though. You
know, he
got to
was
sticking
pissed,
up for
man.
your friend. He's being your brother. Amen.
This is America. I mean, I'm allowed to voice my opinion. That's what the comment section is for underneath the videos. If you don't like a video, you're
Yeah.
allowed to leave a negative comment. I only did it
Mhm.
one time. I left one
Yeah, I
negative
know.
comment on each of their videos.
I
And it was a
know. I
truthful
know.
comment. That's how I
I
felt.
just,
Hmm.
but they're constantly watching my show because they say, well, he's going to blow up. I guess I blew up tonight, but you know, I had after. It's like what can I do, man? I have friends for a long time. I think they're my friends, and all of a sudden, um,
We're speaking your truth tonight, brother, and that's all.
because
You know, that's
you
what
know,
it's
I've
about.
heard them talking about me because I was after Night Tiger's show was over. You know, I'm trying to get back on the show, and I'm in the little limbo where they have to click on you to get you on, and the show's over. I overhear some of these people talking about me, man. It's just that you know, and me and Meyer,
Mm-mm-mm.
and how you know, Meyer must be off his meds. It's like that's not how you talk about a veteran,
Yeah,
man.
that's messed up. That's
Anyway,
horrible. Meyer, I'm sorry about that shit, man. That's fucked up. But I don't know. I've got to watch more Night Tiger. I think he has a lot of Fawcett books, and I like his shorts. I think he puts out shorts that have a lot of Captain Marvel, I believe. And I love
um,
Captain Marvel.
yeah, thank you for calling him Captain Marvel. This is not
Amen. Yeah, I don't
Great
like that
Legends
new name.
sometimes calls him Shazam.
The
Man,
new
don't do that.
52 is the Shazam. And the only reason I do that is because most of the like younger folks watch. But the
Oh,
OGs, the Golden Ages, he's always been the Captain Marvel, the original.
I don't have any people under the age of 45 or 50, according to YouTube stats, that watch me.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
just like,
47, so I'm in the lower the younger tier of your group.
You're just a pup.
okay,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, Myra and I are 12 years older than you.
I tend to watch the channels that I can like learn shit from, you
Oh,
know,
I'm
and
sorry.
not
And
just
yeah,
And
collect.
Martin too. Martin's the same age. We're all
yeah, Dr.
kind
Fibes
of
is
in between.
like a week or so older than me. Like,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
I'm a
Yeah.
little older than you guys because I'm 64, but I'm late 64, so I started school the following year. So even though I'm like
Oh,
6 months older
no.
than you guys.
1964. You
Yeah,
said I'm
1964.
64. I was going, Meyer, what? You're 60.
No. I was born in October /64,
Right.
so I
Mhm.
started the same. So I was 5, like you guys, when we started kindergarten, but I turned 6, like or first grade or whatever. So we're the same class, but I'm like 6 months older than you guys.
Yeah, we're all the same graduating class of
Right
83.
now we're all 59, but I'll be 60 in a couple months.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
You ought to see if your birthday is on a Thursday. We could have a big celebration on, or well, maybe you've got other plans, man. By
I don't
then
know.
you'll
We'll
be in your
see.
new place, right?
I'll be in the mountains by then. I'll be moved
You'll
out
be
of here.
hanging out with your actual family.
I will be. I'll be with my kids on my birthday.
That's
Now, will
so
you have?
great. What month is your birthday in?
October.
Oh yeah. Wow. Every
My
day, I just wonder what is the world going to be like tomorrow? I've never seen history happen on a daily basis. It's like, okay, because there. Did you see? Did you see Trump on the golf cart? You
Yeah,
know
I
what I'm
did see
talking
that.
about?
I did see
Yeah,
that.
I saw it. I saw the clip.
And he's saying, "Well, it looks like Biden's going to be dropping out next week." It's like, oh man, he has some inside knowledge. Um, he had some great things to say. That was great. Um,
So,
He's got
Meyer,
some good lines.
is internet an issue in the mountains at all, or do you guys have great internet where you're going to be moving?
It's actually better up there than it is down here because there's less traffic. So I've always complained about the internet in San Francisco. Everybody thinks everything's great in San Francisco. Well, everybody lives in these cement buildings and they're all jammed together and they're all using the internet at the same time. So it doesn't really matter that much. You're still the traffic, it's slower. So up there, when I was up there, my internet was faster than it is here in the city.
Oh, that's great.
I was
Awesome.
able to upload videos faster up there when I was posting videos from there.
Bronco says he's 35, but he must not have put down that age when he signed up for YouTube. I don't remember giving them my age or my birthday, but how is it that YouTube Studio knows the age of the people that watch my show?
They asked me what I gave them a false birthday and everything. I think mine shows that I'm like 100 and something years old.
Oh, okay. That's probably what Bronco did. I would always do that with Facebook as well. I'd say I'm 100. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't ever trust them. Why do you need to know all that?
Right.
Let's see. Yeah, but I don't know who watches my show. It shows that mostly men, obviously, and then it shows I have a little bit of viewership in India, but it's mostly United States and England. Uh, yeah. Let's see. Great legend. Be right back. Got to refill soda. Man, he's got all the same vices I've got. Ratu and Meyer have my support, except he has the ability to access those vices, which I don't. I don't have a Taco Bell or a Taco Bueno here. So, although we went to a place that's kind of like Tasty Freeze, it's been there since the 50s. It's looks just like the in that video where John Cougar Mellencamp is
Yeah.
sucking on a chili dog. It looks like it's that building, and we just pigged out on a July the 4th feast, and my wife got out. We were eating outdoors. It was a little muggy, but she hasn't been out in like a week. She's been really ill. She tried doing a liver cleanse, which I think she was talking about in the chat being a great thing, but it turned
Yeah.
out it was really rough on her. And then there were side effects that she didn't hear about, and so anyway, it was rough, and she's just now getting better. And when I started the show this evening, she was asleep, and she's still asleep. And
So, how was the food? What'd you guys get?
it was I got a cheeseburger.
Oh,
Wait, I didn't even read that comment. I think everything's not horrible in San Francisco, but yeah, there's probably a good share. Meyer could best tell us. I got a cheeseburger and a hot dog and some fries, and she got a corn dog and these man, what I wish she could tell us in the chat stuff that they only have here, like these corn. Something made out of corn. Everything's made out of corn. Seems like around here, like
So the
corn.
food was really good. It was
Yeah,
that good.
it's pretty good. Oh, and I got a vanilla shake. It's really kind of an ice cream place. That's what it's kind of famous for.
Sounds
Um,
delicious.
he has no interest in going to the East Coast. Lives in California. Well, Yeah, I mean, California used to be a great place, and it's
It used
probably
to be.
still could be. And um, yeah, it's it just seems like everything's going bad everywhere. I It's getting really hot up here, man. Wonder what I could do to make it less hot. Maybe it's this light. Um,
Do you, one thing you could possibly do is put a fan in one of the windows and having it suck the heat out.
yeah,
Turn it
these are
the
not
opposite way.
normal windows here. Um, these are like these tall windows with fake little inserts that look like.
Mm.
But maybe I could get a small. I need.
Are there any
I
other
there
windows
needs to
up
be
there
an air
though?
conditioner unit up here. 100% there does. We were. This was where we were sleeping since we moved into the house. This was the master bedroom up here, and during the summer it would get really. We would have 5 fans going, and but now last few weeks I moved the bedroom downstairs to the 3rd floor, and um so yeah. So it used to be, I guess, the guest bedroom. That's where Graphic Man and his wife stayed when they visited, is that room that we're in. And the comic book room is where Hans stayed when he visited. He saw a horrible ghost in that room, but we haven't seen anything. So I don't know. And then he came down and told the story, and my mother-in-law was here. She had helped us move, and she split pretty quick back to Houston when she heard
So
about this
with
ghost.
Hans seeing these spirits, let me ask you, had he been enjoying some spirits as well?
No, he's not a drinker.
No, he doesn't drink. Okay.
Well, I've never seen him to coffee.
Okay.
No, man, I don't know. He said he felt like he was being eaten by rats. And then, well, I shouldn't laugh, And then he
Oh, it's
saw in
funny.
the corner, he saw like a female hag floating, and he said it was trying to twist itself, like contort the bones back into shape, to human shape. And he said he said it looked like a twisted mockery of human life. I'm thinking, he got that right out of an EC comic book. A twisted mockery of human life. That's great. That's definitely pre-code horror dialogue. And then my mother-in-law heard that and was like, well, I knew it. When she stayed here, she had to sleep with my wife. She didn't want to sleep alone, so I slept somewhere else while she slept with my wife. But why would a ghost be in a ex-funeral home? The ghosts are, in theory, supposed to be where they died. Why would a ghost stay in a funeral home?
I don't
But
know.
then someone else was telling me the music, the movies, everything that you play and show in your house, the ghosts would love it, and they wouldn't bother you at all because I'm playing the music of the 1920. Now if I was playing uh, gangster rap in here, somebody that died in the maybe decades ago would be upset by it. But I think that anyone that grew up in the past would love. Oh, I forgot Gotham's here. Where have you been, Gotham? Anyone that grew up.
I find it curious though that there aren't a lot of ghost sightings in hospitals, because think about how many people die in a hospital, and some of them horrific deaths. I mean, slow agony.
Yeah, but I don't think you'd want to remain. I think I don't even know if ghosts. I, I mean, if ghosts exist, then that toss pokes holes in religion. But
Well, here's another thing that kind of baffles me. So they say basically you can't take it with you, correct? We all know that, right? That's why, I mean, when you die, all your possessions stay here, and depending on what you believe, if you're a Christian, of course, you believe that are going to go into the afterlife and so forth. But anyway, if you can't take it with you, then how come ghosts are wearing clothes? I don't ever hear about somebody saying they saw all these ghosts that are butt naked. And the reality is that people don't want to see a. They don't want to see a ghost that is an old man with with his junk hanging out.
Okay. Here is what I think about ghosts. And I think that. Okay. Well, first of all, if there was a ghost, they would stay in their home, not in a hospital. But okay. What if there are scientists that have talked about that all the time, and it's hard to grasp. I don't know who was. He must be going to the liquor store here, which is what we call a convenience store in Texas. They call liquor stores out there.
Yeah, we
and in
convenience
San
stores.
Antonio. In San Antonio, they call them ice houses, but I think that's the only city in Texas that calls them that. Anyway,
nice zipper.
What if all time exists at the same time, and that while you are living in your house in 2024 and you live in an old house, there's someone else living in that house in 1924, and what if there's a tear in what you're seeing is a ghost, like you see a girl walking up the stairs, and what if she's seeing you as a ghost, some person in the future that looks like, I mean, what if you just happen to be seeing someone at a different time period? Sounds like this is the kind of, I had a friend that smoked a lot of pot in high school. This is the kind of conversations he would have.
Reminds me of Dan Curtis. I think they actually use that in a Dark Shadows storyline, like future time and past time. And Barnabas was in between.
I listened to this UFO guy that's kind of new age, but I find him fascinating and a lot of fun. David Wilcock, he used to be on that Ancient Astronaut show a lot, but he writes a lot of books, and he's right now he does a live. Maybe he'll be doing it this weekend. He seems to do it every Sunday lately, but he thinks he's the reincarnation of Edgar Casey, and you look at a picture of him, and he looks just like Edgar Casey, and so I think that what they did in Dark Shadows, they'd go back into the past, and it would be the same cast playing people in the past, but there's some people that believe in reincarnation that think that people kind of keep a certain look, and that would kind of I don't know. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Great show, Grot. I love the episodes where everyone is just visiting and having a good conversation, or maybe flipping out in anger. He didn't say that. I love Disney and comics. Maybe it was Baba Yaga. I think he was a Hanna-Barbera character. Dr. Comics says, sounds like he was reading some EC before bed under the covers with a flashlight. Possibly. Looks foggy, says Gotham City Comics. I love Disney and comics, says, if ghosts were naked, Scrooge would have seen Marley's jingle balls at Christmas. And Dr. Five says, that's hilarious.
So Baba Yaga is it's Russian folklore, and it's a creature, basically.
Yeah, I've heard the old hag stories.
Yes.
But I think that actually, more likely than not, maybe it's seen through time, but I think more likely, I think that people that are Christians are going to think that a ghost could possibly be a demon, because if they're tricking you into thinking, because if a ghost exists, that means that they're making mistakes and getting people up to heaven or wherever they're supposed to be judged. That people are allowed to just accidentally stay behind or willingly stay behind, then there's some problems going on. It's like it's like everything's being run by Timu or something.
Well, what I don't understand also is that if there are ghosts, so if you can go once you've died, I kind of agree with Houdini on this, where Houdini had a secret word that he was going to pass on to his wife because he wanted to know if it was hey, listen, I'll tell you this word if it's possible, and you can reach me in a seance and so on. And of course, she never did hear the word.
Right.
And so if ghosts can make things move, which they do, of course, right? People tell these stories about how they knocked this over, they pushed that lamp over, they, whatever, this and that happened, the door closed, and so on and so forth. The lights came on and off, switched, and the list goes on. Why can't one of them just grab a pencil and write? I mean, you could dispel all disbelief by simply writing something that nobody else would know. I mean, if I died and I want to come back and let my wife know that I'm here, I'm going to just grab a freaking pencil and let her know. And I could say things that nobody else would know, just her and I. But that hasn't happened yet. Why aren't they doing that?
Yeah. One thing I heard recently, and I don't know if it was David Wilcock that mentioned this last week or how, and it seems like my wife says, "Oh, you didn't know that?" I think it was David Wilcock, was talking about, the fallen angels are the demon, or demons,
Yes.
whatever you want to call them.
Yes.
That they're each assigned a region that they control.
That's interesting.
And so, like, the demon that runs where I'm at now may be a different guy that used to run North Texas. And some of these demons have different personalities. And like I was talking about sense of humor earlier, I think some of these demons might have a pretty good sense of humor. And then some of them are just a-hole. I mean, they have personalities. I mean, they're all bad. They rebelled from God, but that doesn't mean, because I think schizophrenia, and this will be controversial, could be, and this is the way people thought, I'm sure, hundreds of years ago, but it's almost, because I watched this girl, she's probably in her early 20s on YouTube, and she's more of a TikToker, and she's named Balin Dupree, and she's got schizophrenia. And she just does these things. There's the makeup I'm wearing today, but then she'll have these insane outbursts that are really very funny. And she knows they're funny because she wouldn't be posting this stuff to the internet if she,
right.
It's just, but it's like, it's so funny that if that's a demon making her say this stuff, it's funnier than any stand-up comedian.
But you also have to be skeptical and wonder, is she doing it to make the money? Because she's getting, obviously, hits and she's making money off of this. So there's that side of skepticism, wondering, is it legit or am I being trolled?
Yeah, well, they've
because a good actress can act like a crazy person.
Have you ever seen her?
Is that the one that has Tourette's? Because I watched that.
Schizophrenia.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Tourette's.
okay.
I said the wrong word.
Okay,
not schizophrenia.
I have seen her because
can
of
be
you.
Funny too. No,
she's
it's
hilarious. I watched her because of you. You're
the
one that turned me on.
Real? You think
I don't
Tourette's
believe
real?
her.
I think it's real.
Do you? I don't, but I think it's hilarious. I get a kick out of it.
Well, it smells so bad. That smells so bad.
Oh no! What's that?
There's a refrigerator on the street, and I just opened up the freezer, and it really smelled bad. There's nothing in it.
Nice.
Oh, my wife's awake. She's correcting me. Let's see what people are saying here. Charlton, hey Meyer, have you looked into the Toynbee tiles?
I haven't. It's on my list. I just haven't started watching it yet. It's on my movie. It's at the top of my list.
What does that mean?
I like Kevin's comment.
It has to do with those flyers that I found that I showed one of yesterday.
Yeah.
And the ones that I showed you before that were typewritten. And this is a documentary about these mysterious tiles that were left. I don't know. I don't know that much about it. I haven't watched the whole documentary yet. I just watched the teaser.
So Kevin says he's dealing with chupacabra and jackalopes, and my wife's correcting me. It's not schizophrenic, it's Tourette's. I was telling my wife the other day that they should just make a drama like a romantic historical romance, like like a remake of Gone with the Wind, and
Yeah.
cast Balin Dupree, but just give her a real script, film it seriously with the guy playing against her as her love interest plays it completely straight, and just let her do her ticks. That would be better. That would have been a bigger hit than any Hollywood comedy. And
It's
what makes me
it's
think that it's real is other people that have
it's comic
Tourette's
gold.
commenting on her videos, and it's just, I think that people would have exposed. I think it might be real, but I could
It
be
could be.
fooled too.
It could be. I don't know.
It's so
It's
damn funny though.
you can't help but laugh.
And it's like, but she's got a boyfriend. She's gonna have an okay life. She's just not ever gonna really be able to spend much time in public. But if she's happy, just I don't know where she could really go.
Yeah.
I mean, although I think if with medication she can reduce that, or she could be in public. I think she just doesn't. She does those videos when she knows that she's gonna do it. And I don't. I could be completely.
My wife and I
gullible
watched them
on that.
because of you guys. We were watching your video talk about it. So my wife and I pulled some of them up. We were in stitches. They're hilarious.
Yeah. Well, we were too, and then my wife got a little tired of it. Some of it. So,
Yeah, a little goes a long way.
well, Cinny cool emojis. Kevin says the great oh, he's on his internet. And my wife says she always tells you that she effed your mom. Yeah, she does. That's why
There's some
she
cool
can't
ones.
go to church. She
No.
can't really go to the supermarket. I mean, she goes in a Walmart and starts pulling that. Someone's gonna like attack her.
How would an airport do with her coming in there doing all that? I mean,
She
they'd probably
cannot
tackle her,
How do
check
you
her for
fly?
razors.
How do you go through? Yeah,
There's no
screening.
way she could get on an airplane. Oh man,
That could be terrorist. All depends
She's not
on
going to
what
be
she
able to
says.
drive. She can't cook. She can't do really anything. She just has to have an understanding husband. Imagine her wedding day. Imagine the ceremony.
This might be kind of mean, and I'm sorry if there's any like Islamic people or Iraq people in the chat, because there's some good Christian ones out there, I'm sure. But imagine that kind of person having Tourette's syndrome in an airport. Fuck, man, guns will be drawn.
Well, I've only known one person that has Tourette's,
Oh,
and he didn't really have verbal tics, but he would do occasionally. He'd move his head.
Physical.
It was a physical
things.
thing. He'd
Yeah.
do that. He'd jerk sometimes.
yes,
But
I've
he
seen
was
that.
a very intelligent, witty person. He was in several bands. He was a cartoonist. I mean, he was. Yeah, that's the only guy I've ever known. I don't think it's a very common condition, but I think that several centuries ago, if you had that condition, things would have gone bad for you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because they would have
Burned
definitely assumed.
Burned at the stake.
Burned
Sailor.
That's
for
all
being
you can
rich.
assume is
Yeah.
that they're demon possessed.
Yeah, you're possessed.
The
You're
Byron.
possessed.
And it kind of seems like that with this girl, this poor girl. It's like The Exorcist as a comedy, you know.
It is.
It is, right. It's pretty funny.
She knew a goth guy that had Tourette's.
Oh wow.
Did he have verbal outbursts like that girl?
I hope so, because that had to be funny.
Mm-hmm.
They sometimes it's just shouting a curse word is what I understand. But she's
that's funny right there. I
because
just love it.
She just drops in things that are hysterically funny and then just goes right back into the normal conversation. Oh, she says yes with capital letters. Oh well, why are we laughing at mental illness? We've laughed at.
I know that. I don't know. Yeah.
I didn't mean to insult the schizophrenic community.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the schizophrenic. Yeah.
Yeah. And I also always talk about how much I hate the word community, and I think that probably hurts people's feelings. And then I say I don't like I don't like comic book collectors. I hate comic book conventions, and that could have actually created problems too in the past. You know, actually,
you
now
don't
that I
like those
think about
comic conventions? You don't like them?
it.
I
Well,
don't
I'd
know.
always look forward to the Dallas Fantasy Fair, and I'd be excited, and I would go there,
Mm-hmm.
and I would walk around the dealer's room, and I would until I spent all my money, and then I would get out of there quick. It's not that I don't like the comic convention would be fine if there were no people there, but it's a
Yeah,
lot of
me into
times it's the
that. Yeah.
people. I like That's why I was excited when I met the Four Color Fossils. They were older guys that were into the stuff I was into,
Mm-hmm.
that were interesting, and but you know, do I want to be around people that talk about Deadpool and who do you think
And
would beat each other up, Venom or Carnage? And all these people on Facebook that are so upset that Superman has red shorts in this new movie.
oh,
It
I
just
love the
looks
classic.
wrong. It looks old fashioned. Are you kidding me? Superman looked wrong without the red shorts.
Yeah, he
He
looked
looked
weird
more
without the
naked
shorts.
that way. It's like, oh, that's dumb to wear your undershorts on the outside. What are you reading? Comic books meant
Yeah,
for 8-year-olds? They all wear their undershorts on the outside
that's the
because
only
that's
way
what
to do it.
strong men did in the 30s. And you don't
Mm-hmm.
understand anything about the history of comics. I can't relate to you. I don't know anything. I can't relate to someone talking about Doctor Who, or who's cooler, Captain Janeway or Captain
Oh,
Picard or
Janeway.
Retard.
Yeah, my buddy Dan
It's
likes
like,
Star Trek. He's one of those fans.
I like the real Star Trek that
Yeah,
lasted
the
3 years.
66.
I
Kirk.
like the real Star
Nimoy.
Wars that lasted 3 movies from 77 to 80. And Return of
Those
the
were good.
Jedi had some issues, but I still
The
love it.
Ewok Village.
That was part of it. There were other things, but the
Those
Ewoks
Ewoks.
were.
They
If
were
only
lame.
if their eyes were on stalks, or if they were on either side of their head, but they just looked too stupid.
Yeah,
It just was
teddy
some.
bears.
It was
For
ridiculous.
the kids, man. That's what they did it for. The kids.
But all the
You know,
movies are for kids.
I
The
know.
Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back were for kids, but they didn't patronize us.
you know what I don't
I
like
loved
about
Empire, man. That was a good movie.
what I don't like about a lot of the comic conventions now, especially because I don't go to them anymore, is they're just way too expensive. It's
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous.
Oh,
The
yeah,
parking's expensive. The food's expensive. To go inside is ridiculous. And then after you've spent, $75 just to get in the door, then they want an autograph. And again, most of the people that I would want an autograph from are dead. So the very
Yeah.
few people that are left, again, you're looking at another $150 for an autograph that you could get elsewhere cheaper. But so
Yeah.
I find it to be pretty much a waste of money.
Yeah.
But in the old days when I would go to the Dallas Fantasy Fair, and did you go to the Dallas Fantasy Fair, Great Legend?
Not the fantasy fair. We went to one in Plano, Texas. I think it was like the card show, the comics card show one. But
Okay.
I've never heard of that fantasy fair. I wonder, do they
How long
still
have
have it?
you? Well,
Oh,
where have you
they've
lived?
changed the names. That may be the one. Now they called it. God, it was like this. They called it Sci-Fi Expo, but they kind of changed the name. But that was like one of the first cons in the Dallas area, I think.
Well, okay, you're a few years younger.
Yeah.
So when would you have first started going to cons?
Probably 1991, 92.
Okay. All right. Well, the Dallas Fantasy Fair was the major convention. I don't know if it was twice a year. That's where the Eisner Awards were. So it was a
Mhm.
big deal. Will Eisner, the awards for the comic industry, that Will Eisner would appear there. And they got really big guests. Harvey Kurtzman was there. I mean, all the big guests. The
Will
Dallas
Eisner was
Fantasy
alive still?
Yeah, he was there
Dang.
for the early years of that. But Dallas Fantasy Fair, I was going there in the maybe mid 80s and
Okay.
into the 90s. I still was going there when the Hypnotic Eye was on television, because I remember I was getting in free. Well, that might have been a little earlier than that. One of the guys that ran the Dallas Fantasy Fair knew me for the magazine I used to put out, and then also for this public access TV show I used to do with Joe Riley. Joe Riley was the creator of the show, but I helped him with a lot of the early episodes.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember getting in free, but it wasn't that much really to get into a show back then, and parking was free. But I guess it wasn't that bad. I mean, that's where I first saw Batman the animated series. I went in this room and they showed 2 episodes of this upcoming the 1990s Fox animated Batman series, and it's like, oh my God, they
Conroy, one
showed
of
the
the best.
Man Bat episode, and it was
Oh
like,
yeah,
they understand. This is like a
on
Max
leather
Fleischer.
wings.
Yeah, they showed that, and it was like
Hmm.
that's how I saw it the first time, and it was like it was months
I
before it
just
actually
watched it.
played on
I just
television.
watched it 2 nights ago. And then the second one is the Joker's for Christmas. The Joker's
That's
Christmas.
right. Yep.
Yeah, the one that always sticks with me, and there are some great ones, but the one where he wakes up and his parents are still alive. He's engaged to Selena Kyle. She never became Catwoman. He never became Batman because his parents were never killed. His life is perfect. And then he wakes up and it turns out that it's the Scarecrow is making him hallucinate the whole episode. And he
Dang.
beats the hell out of the Scarecrow. It's just really, really, I'm trying to think of, yeah, it's one of those things. It's like Kirk at the end of City on the Edge of Forever, and he just says, let's get the hell out of here." It's the only time they ever cursed in Star
Yeah.
Trek. It's like because he finally, all the green women and all the women from all over the universe, he finally had fallen in love, and he had to make sure she died or Hitler would take over. I just ruined the episode, but if you haven't seen that, then
Yeah.
there's something wrong with it. So you wouldn't be watching the show if you hadn't seen it. Even
Yeah, they got them all
I,
on HBO, and I've still got my DVDs. I got my first volume of the DVD signed by old Kevin Conroy. I'm
oh,
with y'all
you're
on the
switching back to
cons.
Batman. Okay, I was
Yeah,
thinking
but
Kevin Conroy.
yeah,
Yeah.
the cons for me, I quit going, I guess, in 2019 because my back started hurting and I couldn't walk long distances very much anymore, and
Okay. Yeah, I
without it
get it.
just start getting locked up. And then, but the thing was, you have to wait in long ass lines, and
Yeah.
then it's you got to pay autograph fees and all that, and then sometimes those people don't wear damn deodorant either.
Well, I didn't ever want to get autographs, and when I did get autographs, I didn't pay for them.
Yeah.
I got Gunnar Hansen's autograph from
Damn, TC and
Leatherface. He
Chainsaw
didn't
Massacre.
charge me. Uh,
Yeah.
the other guy I got an autograph for on my Day of the Dead poster is Joe Pilato, who was the commander of the soldiers in Day of the Dead. But
Mm-hmm.
he was a friend of mine because he was going to be in a movie that my friend was making that I had co-written the script to, so he wasn't going to charge me to sign that. Uh, One time I was at the Dallas Fantasy Fair, and my friend Tom and I were there, and I found a Dean Martin autograph, and it was signed to Tom. And I said, "Hey, Tom, you need to come here a second."
Yeah.
And it's like, so he got a personally autographed Dean Martin
Dang.
autograph without meeting him. I don't even think he was alive at that time.
Yeah.
He might have been. But anyway, that was cool when you find someone that has your name. That's
I did get Adam West and Burt Ward's signatures though, but yeah, Bruce
cool.
or Bruce. I mean, Adam West was charging like 50, and then Burt Ward was charging like 30, and this was just about 6 months before he passed away. Adam West.
I what caused that is eBay because
Yeah.
before they're just happy that you're a fan of the well, maybe not if you're someone like Adam West. That's his only income.
Yeah.
I mean, they had him do some voice acting on
I'll grab it
South
real
Park,
quick too.
and also there were a couple of animated films that were put out on DVD that were
Yes.
Batman 1966 movies.
Mm-hmm.
That were animated, and they got most of the surviving cast to voice.
I have them.
Yeah, that was great, and it was like William. Yeah, there you. Oh, you're bringing those out. Yeah, William Shatner as Two-Face was great, and he could have been Two-Face in the original show.
Did you watch that animated one?
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
With William Shatner. Yeah,
I still need to watch it, but y'all enjoyed that one?
Yeah.
Well, I did. Yeah, it's just
I did too.
like a continuation of the '60s show.
I do love the Batman. This is a book just about fun facts of the Batman. This one's the book I was going to show you. It has this like belt on here, which is kind of like, I guess, a little belt slip cover. Kind of slips on and off.
That's a
Let me
cool
show
book.
you. Let me take, and yeah, it's like the utility belt. Let me take the utility belt. I won't wear it or anything, but look at that bad boy.
Oh, that's nice.
That's kind of a little utility belt.
You know, I ordered probably 15, 20 years ago in the early days of eBay. I ordered like a department store looking bust of Batgirl. It was just like a torso and hips, and it was painted purple, and I guess it had the bats, but it was basically something to hang a replica of Batgirl's belt on. And I ordered that, and it never got to me. And it was
Oh, wow.
supposed to be in the Oak Cliff mail storage mail building, and I even went over there physically and said, could you look back there? Anyway, I never got it. Never.
Exactly. Yeah, I love Vincent Price.
Yeah. So did you ever go to Remember When? That's in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, we were talking about that one time. That's where they
Okay.
had all the movie posters.
Right.
Yeah, I never.
So-
my friends Dan and John picked up posters, like they got Stand By Me. They got a light, and they got some Star Wars posters from Remember When.
Did you ever go in it?
I did. I went in there twice. They had some comic book boxes too. I didn't pick up any comics when I went, but I did look through the posters and stuff. Big
They had
old
a lot
place.
of comics and pulps,
Mm-hmm.
and none of them were priced. And it was kind of a horrible experience. That was kind of like going in a Comic Con, because you had to deal with these horrible people.
Yeah, they were looking up
In order-
prices.
Oh, it was awful. That was terrible.
Yeah, I only went in once or twice with my buddies. But yeah,
But that's where I got my
sucks when
comic
you-
book spinner rack for $25. So I guess in that sense, it was okay.
Yeah.
I was more of a Frank Gorshin, but here's the old John Aston guy.
Yeah, I
as
totally
Riddler.
agree.
He
Frank
played like Riddler in maybe one episode or something
Well,
near the end.
John Aston was the best Gomez.
Oh,
but-
amen to that.
but yes, Frank Gorshin was the best Riddler. That
Yeah.
who played him, Jim Carrey, that was terrible.
Oh, awful.
And I don't know,
Unwatchable.
I haven't really seen this new Batman movie where he's some kind of serial killer I don't think you even see his face or something.
Is that the one that the dude from the vampire movies in? I can't remember his name.
I'll
Yeah.
eventually watch that. It's hard to get past his
I won't ever watch
this
it.
billionaire with this hair that flows down.
Twilight. That's called the Twilight vampire movie that dude was in.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll tell
I
you
hear
one
it's
thing.
good.
That guy named Zac Efron used to be in that show on Disney called High School Musical. But Zac Efron in that movie called The Iron Claw about the Von Erichs, that was some damn good acting in that show. Very emotional movie. Of course, Gradu knows that those Von Erichs pretty much all, unfortunately, committed suicide and hurt themselves.
We were talking about that at some point.
Yeah.
Was that you without
Yeah. I ain't been on with you in a while. It's been a while that I've been able to hop on with you. And it's always a kick-ass fun time when we're on together at the Hotel Orloff. Amen.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, but I never really watched wrestling growing up, and it's just because it came on so late at night on Saturday night on Channel 11, I wasn't able to stay up for it. But I would hear the stories, at school about the Von Erichs, who were the local darlings.
Good guys, yeah.
They were the good guys. Their father played a evil Nazi character.
Yeah, he did.
Fritz Von Erich, I think he had the claw that he would
his
make
move,
people
yeah.
bleed, and I think I don't know if he wore a German helmet or he just had
he had like a cape, a red cape with the German symbol.
I think he had a
on
cross
it.
of iron and all
Yeah,
that. And
the cross.
Had a mustache that curled up just like Snidely
Evil
Whiplash.
German.
I think that was really from the 50s and 60s. I don't know.
Yeah.
But he had these pretty boy sons that were all wrestlers. And by one they died. And you're saying suicide, and it might be. But I remember
one was the stomach. He had he actually had intestines that had got like some kind of virus in there, and the intestines weren't able to like digest the food, so
Okay.
instead it made him vomit the food, and he choked on his own vomit in his
Okay,
sleep. That was
I
named
believe
David Von Erich, the
that's
tall one.
probably true. But the story I remember from when I was in junior high is that one of them died from toxic shock syndrome.
That was the one with the shoulder. Yeah, he hurt his
Okay, so
shoulder.
one of them did die of that. And then I heard that that's the same thing that happened to Jim Henson, whose religion kept him from seeing doctors. But then someone here on this show told me, no, Jim Henson didn't die of toxic shocks. But that's what I remember. And usually my memory is pretty good, but I
You're
could
correct.
be completely wrong.
Yeah.
He did die of that.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, no, that sounded bad. Good, he died. No, I meant good, I'm right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it
I
was
keep laughing about this.
so he did
syndrome.
because I
you know,
looked him
there's-
up after.
Oh, okay. Well,
yes,
I'm
and he
glad
did
that I'm
have
not.
walking pneumonia, but it was and toxic shock syndrome is basically an infection.
Yeah.
Okay.
That it's a sepsis.
The toxic shock that Michael Von Erich, the toxic shock syndrome got to him. But yeah, it was about 6 months later because his head never got right. He wasn't even really good at wrestling anymore, and he couldn't play his guitar anymore. His head wasn't all there, and then so he took what finished him was he took a whole bottle of pills. But the toxic shock syndrome messed him up before.
Oh, so we're both right. It's suicide and toxic shock syndrome.
Yeah.
Listen to the
so never get
conversation.
toxic shock, people.
But I'll tell you, there's different. I don't like the word community because I was confirmed recently. I think it was Kevin sent me a video somewhere on YouTube that confirms everything I suspect about the word community. I just don't like using that word.
It's just a bunch of cliques.
But yeah, but I like to say neighborhoods. But there's because it sounds better than community.
And it reminds me of Mr. Rogers
socialism,
too.
and I'm part of the blah community. But anyway, there's different neighborhoods, and then it's like that. What is it? 10 degrees, 9 degrees of Kevin Bacon. I could associate this actor with Kevin Bacon, and this many movies is 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
We all link back up to Hans,
Yeah.
basically. He's kind of like Adam and Eve.
Oh yeah,
Strange life.
sure. That's not what I'm talking about, though. Yeah, he was the first guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
But no, it's not that. It's like there's different neighborhoods, and it's like Night Tiger will come over and he'll be in this neighborhood, but he'll also hang out with this guy from Canada that's got an unbelievable collection, and then they hang out with. There's one guy that's in that kind of group. He's never gotten over into our group here, and I don't know. I think you've been in different groups, so I don't know exactly. But there's a few comic book people I've seen, and maybe one or two that kind of put on the persona of because I've kind of done at times the persona of a horror host on this show. But these
Sven
guys
Dooley
put
style.
on, they're like pro wrestlers, and they're big guys with beards, and they've got a belt over their shoulder.
That Biggie, that's the immortal Biggie Shack.
It's probably him, or it might have been a different guy that looked, because there's several guys that look just like that.
And they have the belt.
Anyway,
the belt.
They were discussing, whether this was right or this was the key issue or whatever it is they talk about. But he said something I thought was brilliant, and I thought, this is great. It's like, when I'm not sure, like I'm not sure about how Jim Henson died, I said, well, I might be wrong. This guy, I swear to God, he says, well, I might be right. I thought, that's a great way to say it. He's saying it like, I might be right.
So that means he's probably
That's
fucking wrong.
good. That's like, is the glass half full or half empty? He's a half full guy. Like, I might be right.
Yeah.
That's the great way to argue with people. I might be right, and you might be wrong.
It's great.
And they both have
I thought that was brilliant. But anyway, sorry it took so long to tell the story.
It's a great
It was coming from a guy that had a wrestling belt, and I guess it's the belt for having lifted the most comic books or something. Maybe they're wrestlers too.
I can present my screen and we can see if this is the right guy.
I'm sure it is.
God, that is great.
I remember that name, Biggie Shack.
Yeah, it must have been him then. It's so funny.
There's a guy. Have you heard of Peddlin' Pete?
Yes.
I haven't watched Peddlin'
He's insane.
What does he do?
This is a gigantic man mountain. He's bigger than any wrestler I've
Oh my
ever seen. I
goodness.
think he's an ex-Marine.
Mm-hmm.
He's just this, he looks like a wrestler, and
Big
half
guy.
his videos are weightlifting videos.
Oh
But
wow.
then he has these 4 or 5 hour long um, comic book auctions, re-auctions, really great stuff. Kevin has
Mm-hmm.
bought comics from him, and they're good
Wow.
prices, and he's a nice guy if he likes you. But
Yeah.
if you go on there using the name of like a comic book character,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like if you go
Oh
on
yeah.
there and say, I'm Bruce Wayne,
Mm-hmm.
and you did you ever have you ever been a record collector, Great Legend?
My dad has a bunch at his house still, but I not
Did you
really.
ever go in a store in Arlington called Connoisseurs Groovy Oldies?
Nuh-uh.
It was run by an old, well, he's passed on now, but he was an old, he was a juvenile delinquent in the 50s. He loved the 50s, man, and he
Mm-hmm.
still had his hair in a pompadour, and he still had that attitude. I think he was a Safeway manager, and then in his off hours, he ran a record store. He got himself in trouble bootlegging on VHS Star Wars
Oh
when Star
wow.
Wars was still, you know, not long after Star Wars was in the theater. He was
Mm-hmm.
like bootlegging it,
Dang.
but I don't think he went to prison. But he got in some trouble. But he
Mm-hmm.
was a character, you know. And if you came into his store and you pissed him off, he could pull a gun on you.
Holy shit.
I mean,
Damn.
you know, there was a kung fu studio next to his store, and someone came in barefoot from the studio next door. He said, "Get your stinkers off my foot." And he could very easily pull a gun on you. He was
Oh my
insane.
god, yeah.
But okay, so why am I talking about the Connors? I just thought maybe you might have known him, being in
Yeah.
the same area where I used to live. But anyway, okay, so this guy Peddlin' Pete, it's Pedal, like bicycle pedal,
Mm-hmm.
and then an apostrophe, and then the letter N, and then Pete.
Hmm.
He does these auctions. Well, he had an late, maybe 1947, 48 issue of Wonder Woman that looked in pretty darn good shape. And he was selling it for maybe, I don't know, $150, $160, which seems horrible to me because I'm poor, but that's a good price
Yeah.
for a Wonder Woman comic that's intact and
1940s,
everything.
yeah.
And this guy that was using the name, oh, I don't want to say his name because I've seen him pop on and chat and
Oh, he
shows
might,
that
yeah.
he pops on around.
Yeah.
And he's this guy was saying, well, I'd like to get that for a friend of mine. Could you? He wanted to whittle him down to like $80 on it or something, or he just
Yeah.
wanted to whittle him down to 120, just something. And he was already given a good price. That son of a bitch took the comic book and just ripped it in half and threw it across
Oh
the room. He
my
says, well, if
god.
it's not, because that's exactly what the connoisseur would do. Someone would come in, I've been looking for this record for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, well, it's $20. And he says, well, could you go 15? And he took the record and snapped it in half. And he says, well, if it's not worth 20, it's not worth anything. Get the hell out of my store. And that's what Peddlin' Pete does. And he'll just
I fucking love it.
he'll fly off the handle and
Mm-hmm.
just start cursing. And then the expletive, what he said to that guy afterwards, he chewed him out. And I first heard about him because the guy that was insulted did a video and he showed the clip. It's like, can you believe what this awful man did to me? And so of course that's horrible because
Mm-hmm.
historically you don't destroy a golden age comic. But he was, and then I hear he's eaten in the past. He's gotten mad and eaten the first appearance of Wolverine, like Hulk 180.
Oh my
He's
god.
just actually
Start
chewed on
chewing
it
it
and
and
eaten
eating
it.
it. Oh wow.
He's like, and so my wife and I watched an auction, and it's him there. He's usually calm, and he's
Mm-hmm.
got his wife sitting back quietly behind him, and but he's funny. I've got to admit,
That's fucking
and
great,
my
man.
wife says I can't watch most of these comic book shows where people just hold up
Oh yeah.
comic book after comic book and laugh.
You
She
gotta have
said,
some good
but this
one-liners, man.
guy, she really thinks is great. And the only other show I heard her say that about is years ago during the pandemic, England Teens Auction. You know, she kind of
Oh
liked
yep.
listening to them
Mm-hmm.
because even though she didn't care about the comics, the conversations they'd have in between Eric Breen and Englentine, because you could tell how they're politically aligned,
Yeah.
and it's just it's
They're
it's
good peeps.
enjoyable even if you're not a comic book person. And but she likes this guy because it's like a punk rock show, man. This guy, you don't know when this guy's gonna flip out.
Mm-hmm.
He can go nuts anytime. I guess that's how some people look at me. But
Have you ever seen
I
that
don't.
Jerry the
I would never
Jitterbug?
care. I'm sorry. What?
Have you ever seen the Jerry the Jitterbug?
Oh yeah,
He's
he's great.
he comes down, rings the bell, and he starts going into it. He's got a good one.
No, that's
No, or is that
not Jerry
Higgle
the
House or Swaggle
That's
House or something?
no,
Higgy Pop?
that's Higgy Pop. Yeah.
Higgy Pop. Damn, I'm
I
getting
think that
confused.
probably 95% of the people that watch Higgy Pop have never heard of Iggy Pop,
Oh yeah, they haven't
because
heard of that.
most of these people that are into comics know nothing about music.
That's when my dad was doing
he's
the records.
he's
Iggy Pop.
yeah, Higgy Pop is yeah, he actually was the first person to comment on the video I put up earlier today.
Nice.
Yeah, he's got a lot of energy, man.
Yeah, man.
He is new to the comic book community, and he's very well loved, very well loved. He's I've always said that I think most people that collect comics were either hid the fact that they collected comics or were beaten mercilessly in school, because most people collecting comics weren't around during World War II when every kid read comics. When we were kids, you read comics, there was something wrong with you, and they were going to beat your head into the pavement until you realized there was something wrong with you. Or if you answered questions, if you were smart in school, that was very frowned upon in Texas. I made, especially where I was at. But when someone comes on that has a giant empire of comic books in their garage, and they look like the type guy that used to beat you up, but they're on your side.
Yeah.
It's like Potsy being friends with Fonzie. It's like, I'm friends with this really cool guy, because I've always said that Higgy Pop's like the hell. Higgy Pop's like, I'm getting an echo of my voice. It's driving me mad. You get this. He's like the Fonzie of the comic book community, because he's.
Yeah, man, totally fucking wrecked, man.
Maybe that isn't me.
Couldn't even recognize my own family.
I think it's that bald-headed guy.
I don't know what the hell that is.
Kevin got
But
that.
anyway, but see, probably someone would misinterpret what I'm saying now and go tell Higgy Pop, he insulted you. He called you Fonzie. No, I'm saying that
and I'm like,
that's why
come on and say that fucked up now.
pencil neck
I'm sitting there going,
look up to him, because this muscle-bound, tough-looking guy that looks like he's been in a few fights in his life that worships the same stuff you do. Oh, he's showing Peddling Pete. That's what he's doing.
Oh, that's Peddling Pete. Okay.
Yeah, this is him. And that's his wife.
Yeah, I got 6 people here. We gonna have anybody here tonight? I mean, fucking 6 people. Start lunch,
That's freaking great. Yeah, this guy's great.
No, it's brilliant. That's.
I got people that.
No fucks given.
The average human, I think, has not doing
He has really great comics usually. He has a Secret Wars comic there, but we can forgive him for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe everyone loves Secret Wars.
I don't know.
But
I haven't read Secret Wars.
Secret Wars to me was when Marvel really started selling out. They'd already made all the toy comics, and now they were going to make a comic with all their characters to sell toys of their own.
And then they're like, click.
Oh, what are people saying here?
And they're like, and I'm like,
Peddling Pete acts like that old record store owner. Yes, Pete will snap for sure. His wife, I thought it was his daughter. Weird dynamic. I thought it was his daughter at first too.
It's all good. Yeah, I'm just sub to him.
How did it go to me? Oh, Gotham City got removed. Let's see. How do I get him back?
I'm just going to get rolling here. And I'm not sure what the whole Labor Day thing is.
Oh, I like that Spider-Man cover though, with the water coming down.
Yeah, that's one I got when I was a kid. Is this one where he flips out, Kevin? Or do you know?
No, I
he's
I
got
don't know if I could find that one. That might take a while to find.
Labor Day,
You
'cause
might
I was
find
so
it if you look for the video that the guy that had the problem with him put up. I think his name is Mark Spector. That's the
That
one
was
of the
the
ones
Wonder
that he
Woman.
had
That
a
was the
problem
Wonder
with
Woman
him.
one.
I'll go ahead
I thought you meant the
and
Hulk
out it.
one. Yeah, we could probably find the Wonder Woman, but the Hulk 181 when he ate that, that'll be hard to find.
Oh yeah, I never saw that. I only heard about that from you.
Wow, look at that, Invaders. That one's ready to be cracked open, I think.
Yeah.
Nice 8.5. That's a good clean reader. Put that bad boy in some Mylar.
Yeah,
What's that girl doing back there? I guess she's just doing something. Petting
they're
her
on
hair.
for hours. She's probably just fixing her hair.
Yeah.
It's
Battle over Britain.
It's not really a very well viewed auction, so I think you could
get some deals on it though.
You
Maybe,
just gotta show the guy respect and not try. I mean, if his prices
don't
are
be a
good,
troll
and
or
if you try,
anything.
yeah, don't try to ask for much lower prices. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah.
If you want to see the comic not destroyed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I used to host auctions back in the day, and I'd always do the respectable pricing, you know, not trying to screw people, but also not trying to be taken advantage of either, you know.
Yeah.
Southern Comic Geek. Always good to see Southern Comic Geek. This has been a comic book collector who's been in the comic book neighborhood for quite a while. You see how I said neighborhood? I'm catching on.
Yeah, well, you don't have to bend to my will. Southern Comic Geek. I wonder. It sounds familiar. I wonder if I've seen. I need to look him up.
Yeah, he's got some
I'm
good
probably
comics.
already subscribed. There was a guy I used to really enjoy, and he disappeared off YouTube. And I think I've asked you about him before. His name was
Southern Comic Geek, I think, just went to the Dallas Fan Expo, the 2024. I'm just checking out his screen. Hey, Southern Comic Geek, I gotta be honest with you. I've known you for years, and I thought I was subscribed to you, but I went to your channel and I wasn't subscribed, even though I've known this guy for years. But I guess the shit unsubscribed me or something.
Yeah,
he
it's
knows
doing
I
that.
know him.
I'm unsubscribed from Meyer, and I've tried to resubscribe probably several dozen times, and it won't let me do it.
It's weird.
There's something weird going on YouTube where they don't want people to get to 1,000 subscriptions. They're probably looking for people that mention Donald Trump positively. I don't know what skullduggery they're up to.
What's up, people? Welcome to the home of the
probably some heathens.
Helen Pete's Auctions.
Yeah, Southern Comic Geek, good dude. Oh, look at that, a ring bell. Damn. Wow. I like that Lego stamp. Big Lego.
Okay. So this is just a quick introductory message is, hey, I'm right here right now on YouTube live here. I was running auctions on Facebook Live for over 4 years. We're going to be coming with the same bombastic, hard-hitting, yet bringing the good deal to all you awesome folks here. We're going to continue, selling everything but the kitchen sink, whether it's funny books, whether it's collectibles, like these Funkos and all. It could be a damn Mickey Mouse phone. It works actually. Could be Native American arrow points here and stuff. It might even be a damn Mr. T lunchbox. Could be a whole lot of things, but we're going to do it. We're going to continue bringing it. It'll be me and Susan and me running the auction and getting the goods out there to all you awesome people here. Am I politically incorrect? Hell yeah. Am I proud of it? Yeah. Do I treat you good? Yeah, it cuts better from me. I treat you real nice. But yeah, anyways, I'm super excited and honored to be on the world's largest, really the world's largest social network, YouTube. You know, for videos, it's the world's largest network. Period. The end. You know, enough said right there. You know. But we're
I never really thought about it like that. That is right, though. It's the biggest social platform.
We're gonna be doing an auction on. Let me see. Make sure I give you the right damn thing. Our first big live auction on here is going to be 5 September. So it'll be 5 September. That'll be on a Sunday. The best night to run auctions is always on a Sunday. But 5 September will be my first live.
Someone's going to tune in and think he's a guest on our show tonight.
First live auction. I got to put the damn glasses on. Hold on a second. Damn, kind of the screen got small all of a sudden.
The guy that disappeared off YouTube was the king of Dum-Dum. I used to really like his channel. And also,
I sent him my link
Silver
out.
Age Dave. I used to love his videos.
I know in my videos. You're going, hey, how do I comment? I'm like, well, go to YouTube. You know what I'm saying? You come find me. You know, for people who are procrastinating, not subscribing to my page, you know, tough tip. You know. You know, as Warren just said back in the wrestling days, too. You know, but anyways, we're going to be doing some small.
Hey, pause that video. I think we got Adam here, Kevin.
Okay.
Adam usually can only stay on for about 20 seconds before he's kicked off by his phone. Uh-oh, solo layout. What's going on, Adam?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Adam's a book dealer on eBay, and he's got tons of cool books, and even has some pre-code horror for sale.
Yeah, that's right. First, I just wanted to say hello to everybody in the.
Okay. Yeah, this always happens.
Hello back, Adam. It's great to have you here, even though you're loading.
He's got an issue with his phone. I think he might have an old phone, like possibly a flip phone. I don't know, but I think he's got to have Wi-Fi in order to stay on YouTube or StreamYard more than that's about how long he usually stays on. So he's got to be ready with a book. So when you come back on, Adam, have a book ready to show us, and then you can talk for about 20 seconds about it. And then it's just, we got to get him a Wi-Fi set up there
technology.
in Utah. Oh, here he is again, I bet.
All right.
That's what his name is saying. Gotta PCH means pre-code horror. I was taught that by Charlton 66. Okay, Adam, show us what you got there.
I just wanted to say real quick, hello to everybody, and
hello, happy 4th.
Happy 4th.
Yeah, happy 4th of July, everybody.
And
I want to just say, here's to one of the few shows I would probably ever bother coming on.
Amen.
So,
thank you.
Yep, Gratu has a really good show. Whoever's watching, and seems like a good guy too. So, anyway, but yeah, I wanted to say I have about 3 pre-code horror comics on eBay right now.
Damn.
Oh shit.
I want to see them too.
I'll pull them up. on on eBay. Hold on, give me a
he'll
second.
probably come back. He's got.
Once you pull him up, I'll follow him on my eBay.
He's got an Atlas Uncanny Tales that I was hoping to get, but I don't know if I could afford it ever. But possibly. He has an issue of Ghost, which is a very well-loved comic. And he has, the other one is Chamber of Chills, the one that has a close-up of a man's feet being eaten by rats, from the same company that would later bring you Casper and Richie Rich and Hot Stuff. And Horror Mike made a feature film called Witches' Tales, where he adapted American pre-code horror, and he filmed it with Venezuela. I think Venezuela, is that where he was living there for a while? And he films it with a cast of Venezuelan actors, and he filmed it in the actors speaking in English. He didn't dub it. He filmed each scene twice, once where they're speaking in English, once where they're speaking in Spanish, and you can watch both versions on the disc. And anyway, the first story that he adapts in his movie is that one about the guys keeps finding the dead ghost being eaten by rats. Here he is back. All
Yeah,
right.
I know this is pretty annoying, but anyway, I just wanted to mainly tell everybody happy 4th of July, and
yeah,
it's important. I think our country's in grave danger, and we should appreciate what it was supposed to be, at least.
Yeah, it's Peru, not Venezuela. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about horror, Mike. Yeah, it's supposed to be a great country, and it will be again.
Well,
just got to
anyway,
get rid of the socialists that are tearing all the statues down and making our wonderful McDonald's ugly, and
oh, that's
and
true.
making our movies terrible, and
they're ruining all our movies, definitely, man.
oh,
I'm
there
getting
it goes.
sick and tired of watching these new movies.
Yeah,
there's a new guy, the Kevin Sorbo. He's used to be Hercules. He's got Sorbo Studios where he's putting out movies that are kind of more family, friendly, and they're not like woke movies, but they're more, conservative Christian style. But there's still some good ass whooping in there, and I'm kind of getting into that stuff, more Christian movies and.
okay, so
like
absolutely. Kevin Sorbo is one of the good guys, and then there's the guy that played Jesus in Last Temptation, not Last Temptation. That's Green Goblin. The guy that played Jesus in the Mel Gibson movie.
Jim Caviezel.
Caviezel, yeah. Okay,
he's
so
great.
Kevin's pulled up. Okay, so let's give him some advertising, because God bless him, his Wi-Fi won't let him get on for longer than 30 seconds. It's called Sanctum_Magnum. That's his eBay account. He has all kinds of books about magic, and I don't know. He's not a devil worshiper, trust me, but most of his books are going to be about metaphysical stuff, so don't judge him on it. I know that he's a good guy, but he just has a lot of books on it because it's interesting. But if you look up there at the top, there's another one of them. That Chamber of Chills is for sale. Can you embiggen it and show us what it costs and all that? Chamber of Chills. See, I've never been a fan of that cover, but perhaps you like to look at people's feet being eaten by rats. Maybe Dr. Wortham was right. It's being
This is the
sold
book
for
that Captain Strangelove was reading at your house, probably.
Yeah, well, in his defense, I think I do have some rubber rats like around in the house that he probably saw, because I've even got them in the refrigerator, little, so that could also cause nightmares. This is the one I was hoping to get from him, but watch one of you buy it out from me. It's okay. He needs money, so if you want to buy it, I can't have everything, man. That's my favorite of the 3 pre-code horror he's selling, but he's got a bunch of other pre-code horror that he's not selling that I was hoping he could show us. But there's the other one. This comic is well loved for its artwork. It looks like the spine's a little rough on it, but this is I don't know. It's probably This is a pre-code horror comic that's also good girl art. You can tell it's good girl art if you go back up to the top. It's just you can just spot good girl art. It's just the way that the bosom is drawn. What's the price on this one? I can't read on my tiny phone.
248. It looks like.
I mean, that's probably I think the market is real high on pre-code horror now, because that's So, my wife
What
says
you
those
do is
rats are
you
decorating the those rats were decorating the bathroom he was using in the corner by the medicine cabinet. Oh yeah, she's playing. I did have them in the guest bathroom that Hans was using in his defense. So he's not crazy. It's just that you could probably say I was tormenting him, but I wasn't. That's just how I live. I have fake monsters and creatures everywhere in my house. King of Comicdom, says Charlton66. I believe has been retired from YouTube videos. I
I
think he
remember
is
that name.
focusing on family and outdoor life. His buddy Chuck, who did the videos with, is a successful writer now. I remember King of Comicdom. He didn't tell me he has old girly magazines for sale. How much is that?
42.
Yeah,
Oh,
42.
okay.
This is a
Yeah.
secret. You hit the heart button, and then he can send you an offer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I could get an offer just by talking to him on the phone.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying that's what
I
you
know
do
who
on
that
eBay.
girl is there. I just forgot her name though.
When you like stuff on eBay, they can send you offers.
There's a girl that was in tons of these magazines that used to be a burlesque artist. That's our friend on YouTube. Her name is Delilah Jones, I believe. And she is ultra conservative and a Trump supporter. And all these young woke modern burlesque girls have completely, oh my god, maybe you shouldn't be showing that on this family program. They've completely made her a pariah, but so she's, even though she formed the industry that they're all trying to pretend to be a part of, that she's hated. So she's a good person. And friend on Facebook. Yeah, so I guess I got the name right, Delilah Jones. Yeah, I remember King of Comicdom was doing like a pulp, and he would have other comic people in the comic neighborhood write for it. Like I remember Metarog wrote a story for his some little pulp kind of book he put out. But the thing about him that I really liked was I just really I liked that he was the Southern gentleman, King of Comicdom, and I liked the way he was organizing his comics the way I do. He was separating his Silver Age from the comics that came afterwards, but now, and I was doing the same. It took me years to do it, but now I think if I'd done it differently, I think I would have put all my comics up to maybe 1975, and then everything after 75, and I would have extended the Silver Age and the early Bronze Age that I was buying when I was a little kid, because I just don't think that a Silver Age comic should be next to a Deadpool comic. It just, I always wanted my comic collection to flip through boxes and it looks like a collection of a kid that was discovered that was collecting and stopped collecting in the mid 70s. I like it when a bunch of 60s books are together and not have some Excalibur book in between them or something.
Yeah.
Not to offend people into that. It just doesn't look right. What are people saying here? Charlton says Charles F. Milhouse created a pulp hero called Captain Hawkland. Wonderful books. I enjoy them immensely. Going to meet Chuck at Pulp Fest in August. Nothing, and my wife says nothing compared to what they did to Tempest Storm, a personal friend of Trump's. Oh man, that's a shame. Tempest Storm was one of the greats. She even dated Elvis. I mean, not long time, maybe one day, but. All right, I guess we're ready for more Peddling Pete.
I just
Let
watch
me
a
see
little
what's
bit
going
more.
on in the chat here.
Do maybe a quick 1 hour auction on here. So come, come check those out. We'll be doing, a little bit of coins, more comics and stuff. And I'll have graded books. I don't have any big books with me here right now, but we'll be doing the big keys. I'll be bringing you stuff like Avengers 1 or First 20 Spideys or even stuff. I'm the guy for the person who has a $1, $5 budget. So I'm not just an elitist auction. Everybody who's been buying from me on Facebook for the last 4 years knows that. I'm not just somebody that sells only the really expensive stuff. I sell everything from $1, $5 items all the way up to $5,000 items. I bring it like no other, like a Peddling Pete brother. That's right. So keep on keeping on, and we're going to be having a lot of fun on here.
Imagine being
Not
pulled
sure.
over for
Not sure if
speeding
we'll
like
do
in
all this
Alabama, and this is the cop that comes to
This
your
is
window.
all practice on here for me. Don't really like yet call myself experienced on YouTube, but we're going to get better. Just letting you know that. Susan, are you able to see me on here?
Looking up it right now. You sent a link that didn't lead to the video.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm working on this.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's that my people aren't able to see me on here. Something.
Stay live for a minute.
Yeah, well, this guy, I don't have a problem with this guy. I don't like people destroying Golden Age comics, but
Oh yeah.
you know,
He
that's
might
not
try
good.
that. He might like that shock jock.
But I've liked movies that
I see
period
that you
movies that
are
destroyed a lot of old 50s
under
cars.
I mean,
So what can I say?
Can you get to me?
Yep.
Dr. Fibes, did you have a few more comics to show? I don't mean to hijack people's whole evenings. Or did you want to show any more? You don't have to.
He's paused or muted.
You're muted. I don't know if you can hear us.
Hey everybody, I got to go help my wife Brandy, but I wanted to tell you,
That's
Sir
cool.
Gratu, happy July 4th. You're one hell of a host, Texas brother from another mother, along with my main man Dr. Fibes. Make sure you check out his latest videos. I'm still need to watch them, but I think it's a 2-part poster series on old school movie posters from from days when movies used to be good. And then Kev at Gotham City Comics. Always love Kev and all the great deals that he gives, not only to, you, Gratu, but he gives them to Mesa, Arizona. Hey, Gratu, man.
Yes, of course.
And don't worry about those damn trolls, Gratu. You shouldn't worry about
They're
the
actually
ones.
nice guys. It's just
They're nice. And you have all these people in the chat, and Dr. Fibes and Kev, we all love you, man. That's why we're here watching you. We're here to support you and share this awesome hobby together with pop culture. But anyways, sorry to be all mushy and shit. Anyways, dudes, love you guys. Bye.
all right. Take care.
See ya.
Bye. Uh-oh, you're still muted. Can't hear. Oh.
You might have to go out and come back in.
Yeah, sometimes if you go out, I have to put the link back. My wife says, what did I miss? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see here.
We'll come back and it'll magically work. Gratu, say something. I think yours is done now.
Am I muted too?
Oh no, you're good. I thought you were.
No, I didn't get trolled. He's referring to the people that get upset with me about the nursing home joke that I got a little I expressed my feelings about that a little bit this evening, and
The fireworks just started.
Did they? Yes, our fireworks were a little earlier. It's okay. It's just sometimes you got to get shit off your chest, man.
I can judge the state of the economy by how many fireworks get shot off.
Well, yeah, you would think Mesa, Arizona, and she's going, oh boy. No, it was all right. I guess it was all right. I don't know. The people that hate me are going to hate me, and the people that
They ended up seizing about $1 million worth of illegal fireworks.
Yeah, but it seems like Mesa, Arizona is a real flammable place because there's not a lot of water, I'm imagining. So I just don't think fireworks are probably a good match for.
No, it was a money grab for the city. They did it just for tax money.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what it took. It took me to. I had to go out and come back in.
Man, it looks like we're watching a Hammer movie. Your outfit and the colors, it's like
Yeah,
unbelievable.
I
It's
even had
like,
the tricorn hat. I had everything.
yeah, you should change your name to Captain Kronos.
There we go. Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, you just wear that in all of your videos. You know, that would be a cool look.
That's right. I
You
even
know
I
what
even
would
have a
be
sword.
what we ought to do is all wear ties on all our shows. We
There you
tried
go.
doing that a few years ago, Meyer and myself, because we watched Mort Todd, this artist. I haven't looked him up in a long time on YouTube, but he always has a suit and tie, pretty much, and it's like that's a cool look, this Rat Pack look that he
Yeah. How
cultivates.
do I know that name? I know that
Oh,
name.
well, Mort Todd is his pseudonym. It just means both words kind of mean death. But he revived Charlton Comics. He was an editor of Cracked there towards the end when it kind of got good again.
Okay,
He's
I
done some
recognize him.
underground art. Oh, you know, all the Back from the Grave collections of 60s garage rock. He does all the covers for those. He's just he's just sort of a guy that's into the punk rock and music scene, and he's into comics. But oh, he did a great prank. He uh he made some fake golden age comics that never existed, and he made a video about the discovery of this line of comics, these comics that have never been seen
I have the
before. And
video right here if you want to see it. I have the video pulled up right here.
of what, of Mort Todd, or of
Yeah, is it when he discovers rare Zeus comics or something?
oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. I recognize him.
And
I have the
you
video.
know, I was just hearing, you remember the song
Was very
"Smoking in
rare
the
comic
Boys'
books
Room"?
found in a wall
Okay,
during
hold on.
renovations on a
I'll go to you,
display
but I
in
can't
full
see the
material
video
right
though.
here. Books are worth about $10,000 and were published in the 1940s and 50s by Zeus Comics. Now, the books were considered controversial and risque back in the 50s. Some of the titles include Weird Menace, Forbidden Fantasy, Spike Jones, and the Black Leather Kid. These comics were the target of psychologists, politicians, and concerned parents during the 50s, when comic book burnings were regularly sponsored by towns and churches. I think it was like the underground in the 50s. I think if you were a kid and you had these, it'd be like a men's magazine or something. You keep them hidden somewhere and look at them under the covers with a flashlight or something. It's sort of scary when you're a kid then. Well, Todd
That's
adds
great.
that comic books back then were like texting for kids today. He says they were kind of like modern day mobile readers, and many adults believed they would surely destroy America's youth. The books will be on display for about another 20 minutes at Coast City Comics on Congress Street. Cool.
Yeah,
That's
well,
hilarious.
I was just reading about another prank
Oh,
the other
this is
day.
his channel. This is his actual channel. Is this his actual channel right here? Yeah.
Yeah, that's his channel. A few years ago, when I was in Texas, I was trying to get him to come on my show and do an interview because he used to hang out with Steve Ditko for hours because he had Steve Ditko working for his company, and he would talk for hours with Steve Ditko about movies, kind of like we're talking now. And so many people have this impression of Steve Ditko as this weirdo. I just wanted him to come on. One of the reasons I wanted him to come on is just come on and humanize Steve Ditko, but he never came on. He kept saying he was busy, and he might be. He might probably was. So I'd still like to have him on. But anyway,
He
the
hasn't done
song.
a video in 2 years.
Remember the song "Smoking in the Boys' Room" from the
Yeah,
'70s? Okay, that was
Brownsville Station,
Brownsville Station, and
which
the
was from
lead
Michigan.
singer.
And in
Yeah, the
fact,
lead.
real quick, one of the guys that I played in a band with,
Uh,
the lead singer of that band was his school teacher.
okay.
He
Well,
went
the
on to
lead
become a school
singer
teacher.
is the guy I'm talking about. I think he might have just maybe he just passed away. That may be why I see all this stuff about him lately. But
Okay.
Miriam Lena of Kicks Magazine and Norton Records was talking about him because she worked with him. And what
Kicks Magazine and Norton.
Sorry.
Okay, it's all right. It's the lead singer, and I think some of the members of the band, as a joke, they recorded like a fake 50s band, and they called it King Usnevich and the Usnevich Tones. And they pressed some copies on 45 records, 45 RPM records, and just snuck them into thrift stores and stuck them in the stacks of records so they'd be discovered by record collectors, and people would start talking about this. What's this band, King Usnevich from the 50s? And it was just insane music. Well, Miriam Lena put out a whole album, I think about 15, 20 years ago, of King Usnevich and the Usnevich Tones. And it was all this fake old music by him that he had done as a prank. And, the Turtles did that too. They had a whole album called Battle of the Bands where they were all these different bands competing, but they were every band, all with different names. There was a surf band and there was all the different styles of 60s music, but it was them playing different bands, just like a, performance. And then my friend Randy back in the 80s was a big fan of the Cramps and he and his girlfriend at the time and some other friends put together a band called the Uncalled For, and they did two songs, Grinder Up, which was the song they wrote about Ed Gein, and another one, a cover of Cotton Fields. And they did it, the songs sound very much like the Cramps, and they pressed up a bunch of 45s. But what they did it was in the 80s that they put it out, but on the record label on the 45, they put 1977, copyright 1977, so that because they knew even then, even in the 80s, everyone knew 1977 was the magical year of when punk broke, and you want 1977 on your record. And then just a few years ago, people started writing articles about this band, the Uncalled For, that no one has discovered from the year when punk rock broke. It's a Texas band from 1977, just that magical year. Like 1966 is the magical year for garage rock, or 1969 is the magical year for reggae, music, and so anyway, then these people got real mad when they found out that that was a prank that they put 1977. It was just that was
It was clever.
I think they weren't really doing it for monetary gain. It was just like, yeah, we need to put 1977 on there.
Yeah,
So,
right.
anyway, my wife is saying, wasn't Mort Todd married to April March? And no, I think they were just boyfriend girlfriend. April March is singer. She sings 60s style French girl music. She did a great cover of song "A Chick Habit" that later it was one of my favorite songs of the '90s. And then later, what's his face? Quentin Tarantino used that song at the end of that Kurt Russell Death Proof movie. Anyway, she's also, not only is she a musician, she's a cartoon artist. She was one of the animators on Ren and Stimpy. So she kind of walks both worlds. So anyway, Chick Habit is awesome. Yeah, I bought that record when it came out. I was an early discoverer of her, and she's got a lot of albums out. They're all wonderful. You can hear them all free on YouTube. Okay, so I just keep delaying, and people want to go to bed. Could you show a couple more comics before we go, Dr. Fibes? Because your haul
I
was.
can. You know what I've got? You might get
What?
a kick out of this. I don't know if you've seen this, and you can look these up on YouTube. But anyway, there's this book that a friend gave me years ago. The worst album covers ever.
Yeah.
And there's some of these you'll remember.
I bet I've got a few of them.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I saw one on the cover I have. Could we see the cover one more time? That one at the bottom left, I Dig Chicks. I could have sworn I have that with the girls on the crane or the steam shovel.
Yeah, because a lot of people have obviously made up fake ones now, and they put them on the internet, trying to fool people, saying that this was an album cover, which, they're not. But these are legit. I mean, like here's one with Nancy Walker.
Yeah, the new thing now, they're using AI to make fake old songs with fake sleeves.
Yes. But I thought, you would appreciate some of this being into music. By the way, you were talking about the Stranglers earlier. I had Hugh Cornwell play at my restaurant. And he's
that's right. You had a restaurant that had bands play.
Yeah. And he wasn't... here's a great one.
Yeah, I showed one the other day, a guy that had no arms and legs that was singing for the same reason. Oh, no. But if it's supposed to be a funny album cover, does it really count?
No. Look at this lady's hair.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, he wasn't a real happy guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't that friendly. Mexican Joe.
Yeah.
I can go grab some comics real quick if you want me to, or if you want to. Oh, you got to love this one. This is a great album cover.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's not one I would personally buy, but there were some joke album covers that were classic in the early 60s that were actually didn't have records in them. They opened up and they were giant greeting cards.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one was, they were kind of risque, or very risque.
That's an unfortunate photograph for this poor guy.
Yeah, well, what can you do, man?
Yeah. So I thought you had a good show tonight. You had a good turnout.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, I think so.
But don't forget, next time, show the more comics from your haul from the other night.
I will. I'll bring definitely more comics because I've got a lot of comics that I haven't shown. That I've bought recently. I've been buying comics because of you guys. You guys have inspired me. Now when I go to any antique place, I'm always looking at the comics.
Well, you're choosing very selectively and getting some fantastic ones that are I mean, just that what you showed last night was fantastic.
Yeah, I was happy with that haul, that whatever they call it.
Yeah, let's not use the word haul. That's, oh God, I can't believe I used that word. That score. No, that sounds like a drug term.
It was a score, though. It was a good
yeah,
score.
I know. Shots, big score.
It was an excellent score. There we go. I definitely feel like I felt like I scored when I saw those. I was just like, oh, this is awesome. I'm buying all of them. And there was a few that I left, but the ones I left were like there was a few 25-cent and 30-cent.
Yeah, yeah. Well, 25 cents still good. You know, it's more. I don't necessarily. Uh, you kind of can go by one thing. You can go by price tag. 25 cent usually are still good.
Yeah.
But when the UPC, the barcode starts appearing on the cover, that's when I start to get wary. Although comics really were still good for a while after that. It was really in the mid 80s that, I mean, you could say I changed, but I think comics were changing, and they were, I really loved reading Watchmen and Dark Knight, but then the whole industry decided they had to do that same thing. And I didn't like that. It's fine reading a one-off thing, but for the whole industry to become dark and
Yeah.
depressing and nihilistic, and then they start killing off scores of heroes that I loved as a kid, just destroying whole universes. I liked when DC had the multiple Earths, and then they just, oh, we're just gonna make it one Earth, and then let's kill off the Flash and Supergirl, and
I had also pulled away from comics by like 1978, 79. I wasn't into them as much because of other interests that started kind of taking the forefront for me, primarily music. That's one of the things that, because you've only got so much money, so
yeah.
I was buying more music. I was buying instruments at that time, which were not cheap, and so yeah, some of those things kind of, I mean, I've always had an interest in comics, but definitely certain interests took the forefront. And so for me, the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s, that totally takes me to my childhood with comics. And then after that, it was just sporadic. There was just a few comics I would buy here and there during the 90s.
Well, let's test this.
All right.
That looks like it's in the E, isn't it? Is that okay?
That is not okay. That one's dead.
Oh, it's dead? Oh, shit. We need to go around next time we do a show and just test all the. That's dead, huh? Oh, crap, man.
Yeah, go up close to it again. Let me see where the arrow is. It looked like it was. It's not in the green, from what I can see.
It looks like it's in the green. It's like pointing straight up in the green area here.
Oh, is it? I can't tell. If it's in
I
the
don't
green,
know where
you're
I'm
good.
even pointing. Let's see. Okay.
You can see it better than I can. If it is in the green, if you see that little arrow in the green, then it is okay. It is charged.
Yeah, the arrow is in the green.
Okay, you're good. It looked like it was outside of the green. Okay, yeah, you're good.
What would make one just die?
A very, very slow leak.
Oh.
And they can leak, for, I mean, it can be years. Let's say you have one for 12, 15 years. Sometimes those seals just start to give a little bit, and that's all it takes, and it'll slowly leak the air pressure.
Do they put years on these things?
Yes, they do.
You know what I discovered while walking the dog back in Texas? I don't know if it's that way all over. Maybe it is, but fire hydrants are all dated.
Yes.
So the one across the street from me, it said 1963, and the
Yes.
house I was living in was built in 1964. So they put in the fire hydrants, and then the houses, and then I noticed it's interesting. I need to check the one that's across the street from me here and see what year it has on it. But that's the standard thing. All fire hydrants have the years on them, huh?
Yes, and so do the extinguishers. That extinguisher will have the year on it.
Well, I'd have to put on my glasses, I'm sure, to see that.
And that is mainly for inspections. So a company or a store, any commercial place, they have to replace those after so many years, whereas a household does not. Private, you can have it forever. As long as it's in the green, you're good. That thing will work.
Well, the thing about this was a house, but the previous owner was renting it out as apartments. So this attic area here was an apartment. Someone rented this out. So if I don't know what the standards are for having an apartment, but I imagine they had to make sure that
Yes, it had to be
fire.
up to code.
And then where is the? There's got to be. Where is the? There. I'm looking for where the damn.
Smoke detector is?
Yeah, smoked. It's. I know there's one up here. Let's see.
Yeah, because if you're going to rent a place out, you have to go by a lot more strict codes, whereas private residency, you do not have to. You do not even have to have a smoke detector if you don't want to, as a private resident.
Yeah. I'm just not seeing it. I know it's here, but
Yeah,
there,
they're
it's right in
definitely.
front of me. It's right there.
Yep, there it is.
And there's actually two. Why is there two here?
One of them might be a carbon monoxide.
Okay.
Yeah, one might be a carbon monoxide detector. The other one's probably a smoke detector.
Yeah,
and
they
of course,
probably have to.
nowadays you can buy them where they're a combination. They're both.
Yeah.
But they're not cheap if you get the dual ones that are smoke and carbon monoxide. They're like $65.
Yeah. So what are you showing there in Mesa, Arizona? There. Oh, I didn't even know you were showing candy fire.
That's great.
Man, this is something you really should have in your collection, Dr. Fibes.
You're right.
How much would it cost for him to get a whole box of fire plug candy?
Candy fire hydrants.
Does it show the dog hugging a fireman on the front, or is it a fire
It's a
plug,
hydrant.
a fire hydrant?
Yeah, he's
I could
hugging
have sworn on the front he was hugging a. Oh no, he is the fireman. Oh, okay.
They should have had him peeing.
Why are Dalmatians always shown as being firehouse dogs? What is it about a Dalmatian?
Yeah, well, that was the old tradition. They would keep those at the firehouses, and it had something to do with the horses.
Okay.
Back in the day.
Dalmatians seem cool, but I hear they have really bad health issues, and that they're. It's kind of a sad thing to have them as a pet because they always seem to have some kind of condition. I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, and any thoroughbred, you're going to have usually issues.
Yeah, it's weird. All these different dogs get bred from wolves, poodles, and
Right. Yeah,
just,
it is. It's amazing that they've changed so much through the thousands of years coming from a wolf.
Yeah, I've looked at all the fire extinguishers. I think all but one of them seem to be in the green. After you explained that
Good.
before, so
Look at this candy was dog approved.
Yeah, that's usually not a good selling point. But that's gross out candy made for 10-year-olds. So it's funny for a little kid, but that remember that Taco Bell ad with the little Chihuahua that would say "Yo quiero Taco Bell." It was real funny and it was a real popular commercial. But ultimately, they stopped doing it because someone realized, hey, we're saying that our food is really liked by dogs. I don't know if that's the right image we want to put across that we're selling dog food, but it was a well-loved commercial.
Taco Bell has changed. Their food is not as good as it used to be.
Oh shit!
Totally changed. That's cool.
Okay. What is this? Oh, you showed it earlier.
This is my childhood Christmas ornament.
That's great.
That is a great ornament.
My wife is definitely over her liver cleanse. She's asking if I have any Reese's sticks. No, I don't. And I'll get some in the morning as soon as I wake up, though.
Because X is on the eyes mean you're dead,
Yeah,
exactly.
Drunk. Usually it means drunk, dead, or knocked out, like punched out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I love it.
Man, your house just seems like a lot of fun. Everybody's house seems to. Just
Yeah, we all surround ourselves with things from our past that we love.
Yeah, I wish that Adam could stay on longer. I'd like to see more of his. What wrestler is this?
This is a bootleg toy.
Yeah, like Burt Reynolds is a wrestler. What is it? Oh, it says Hong Kong on the back. Is that what it is?
Burt Reynolds is a wrestler.
Those are some strange muscles, man.
Look at his pec muscles have muscles.
I know. I
Yeah,
was noticing. That's
his nipples.
Bronco says it's a bootleg He-Man. It does have kind of the He-Man proportions.
He's goofy looking.
Yeah, that's what makes him worth having. Wow. Well, it's probably about time that we
All right,
close
my
out.
friend.
I have a package from Gotham City that was supposed to be here yesterday, and maybe it'll come. He keeps showing cool stuff. It's hard to cut it. It's
Yeah,
hard to
what is
leave.
that?
Let's go back and watch.
That is
It
creepy looking. What is it? It's cool.
looks like Alfred E. Newman and Howdy Doody kind of had a love child.
Yeah, on drugs.
Definitely more Howdy Doody.
Okay, so I thought he was throwing up.
Someone's coming on, man. Oh, it's Adam again. Oh, no. Let's see if he can stay on. Adam, how are you doing?
Hey, Adam.
Okay,
Hey
show
there.
us what you got to show
Is that
super quick before you get
is that you,
kicked out.
Dr. Fibes?
Yes. How's it going, Adam?
Oh, holding down the fort.
Holding down the fort, my friend.
Hey, well, nice talking to you. I've seen you a few times. Nice to hear your voice and say hello.
Thank you, sir. It's always good to hear you.
Yeah, Adam
Oh,
lives
thank
in
you.
Utah, where you might possibly move.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah,
I was telling him that Dr. Fibes is thinking of possibly moving to Utah. I was telling him that you live there.
Oh, that would be cool. Maybe I could.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh my gosh, maybe everyone could chip in for his Wi-Fi, man. What do I do here? Exit solo layout.
Buy
Oh my gosh.
one of the comics off his eBay.
Huh?
Somebody should buy one of those comics from his
Yeah, so
eBay.
about one of those comics, maybe you get Wi-Fi and then show us all the books in person. Oh shit, I think he's back. Crap. Okay. Is he back? No, he's still
trying.
spinning.
He's trying.
Hey, it's
It's like
playing.
trying to
Listen,
contact a ghost, man.
listen. It's playing. Ah,
It's like a seance, isn't it?
the thing was playing. Did you hear it?
Oh no, let's see. Oh my gosh, it's a perfect happy ending. Did you got the sound back?
It was
Or no?
back and then it went out again.
Yeah, you got to take that. See if you can return that tomorrow morning before your store opens. And then if I get the package from you tomorrow, I'll do a quick show. I don't know if it'll be a live stream to show the stuff I got.
I
And
like
then
this
the next,
skeleton right here on the rock.
Yeah, that's great.
that is fantastic. The next time I make an order from you, Kevin, I want to get those comics you bought for me so nicely at the convention, and maybe another facsimile, but that may be a week. Monday is the fun when they start banging on our roof and replacing our roof and our siding on the house. That might make for an interesting live stream.
Yeah.
And then Weekend after next, there's a demolition derby that I'm gonna show. It'd probably be better to film it in with my cinematic lens than to live stream it, because that'd probably just have a lot of glitches. But yeah, that'll be fun to watch a demolition derby. Either of you ever seen one?
I have.
Yeah, I've seen them. The best is the Crazy Eight one.
Yes, it is.
My wife says, I can't believe you might move, Dr. Fibes. It depends on where his son winds up
Yeah,
settling.
yeah, all depends, and that could be several years from now.
Yeah, that's kind of what Meyer's doing. He's going towards where his son
Yeah.
lives, and to a place that's a better area. I almost said the word community, but I've got to work on that. But I guess in that case, it's actually an appropriate word.
Yeah.
Hey, do you collect Alfred Hitchcock books, like those ones he put out for the juvenile market? Alfred Hitchcock Presents Ghostly Tales. You know those books that are always in the
I
school
only have a
library?
couple. I those are cool looking. I don't. I only have, I think, 2 of them.
Yeah, there's tons of them, man. I'd
Yeah,
love to
there
get more
is.
of those.
There's a lot of them, and they got some nice covers on them.
Yeah, I guess he was making some extra money with that, because all
Oh
they
yeah.
were doing was slapping his likeness and the name on it. I maybe he chose the stories. I don't know, but
I doubt it. Yeah, like a lot of them. He did everything from books and comic books, and then he had the TV series, which he had very little to do with, but it was still good.
well, he introduced it. It's about the same what Boris Karloff did, but did he have a
Yes.
comic book? Did Alfred Hitchcock have a comic?
Wasn't there one that came out on maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Did they ever adapt any of his movies, like Dell or Gold Key? I don't think. There may not have ever been one.
Wow, there might not be. There was a game. Alfred
Yeah,
Hitchcock game.
yeah. It was like called Y or something.
Yeah. That'd be great. That goes for crazy money. I've seen it on
Really?
eBay. It's just way too expensive. You don't have it, do you?
No. There's a Boris Karloff game.
Yeah, do you have that one?
Huh?
Do you have the Boris Karloff game? No.
I don't know, man. There's so much cool stuff.
Do you have the Barnabas Collins, the Dark Shadows game?
I have that from my childhood. Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah.
That's
Your job is to build a skeleton. Yeah, I have that game. That's got a great box.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
If you ever, next time you make an order from Kevin, he has some refrigerator magnets of I believe he still does, of the cover of that game.
Yeah, I don't have that many old ones. I've got the Beatles Flip Your Wig.
Oh, that's nice. I've never had that.
And I have Combat.
That's good too. I've never had that either.
But that's it as far as like movies or TV shows.
Okay, he's back one more time. Let's see if we can get
There
in.
he is. Hey, Adam.
It's Adam.
Hey, if you guys got me on real quick, I just wanted to say something real quick.
Sure.
What's that?
I just wanted to say about around this time last year, my mother was still with me.
Uh-huh.
And I wanted to say something in her honor. I have a picture of her, and I just
nice.
wanted to say something because she was so special to me. I'm not sure if I'm picking this up, but she was
Real
still
nice.
here with me about this time last year.
Oh,
And that was me and her.
Sorry to hear that.
That was me as a little kid.
Oh, wow.
My mother was quite.
Oh, rats. Yeah, he was very close to his mother. They did he ran an antique business with his mom, and she passed away in the last year.
Oh, that's too bad. Sorry to hear
Bronco says he directed a few episodes of Alfred Hitchcock Presents.
Yeah.
Okay, one of them, I believe, was about a child who received a gift from his uncle. It was actually a loaded weapon. Yeah.
Yeah, I have all of the episodes. I have all the DVDs.
Garbage. I wonder what parents thought of that back in the 80s or whenever that came out. Can I have some of this, Mommy?
Garbage candy.
It's really the sense of humor that goes into selling this stuff, and understanding that third and fourth graders really love to be grossed out. It's just they really understand.
Yeah.
They understand little boys and some little girls. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, guys, we got to run because
All right, my
I'm
friend.
just holding people hostage at this point. So we'll see
All
you
right.
guys soon.
Take care.
Take care, everybody. Hey, see
Take
you.
care. It's good seeing everyone.
Bye.